fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the storm.
How does
Community, zero.
There's
Yeah.
nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning or just pure socialization and fandom.
Mm-hmm.
Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient, in my opinion. Tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And, that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place, of which trickles down to all our member schools that we represent. But when we go to brands and we can't check that box of, 1 billion impressions and 1 million views, we still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community let's just start with on campus.
I got the big one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. It has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do dollar burger night at the University of Cincinnati. We'd just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time it was Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the third month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. But we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our LANs, our club meetings, and everything from that. Mm-hmm. It was nothing beats food nights.
Just like pro sports, we need to focus on tribalism. And the way that you create tribalism is you have to prioritize in-person experience, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of companies trying to become unicorn online platforms, but at the end of the day, I think we need pockets and hubs around the country that serve as regional and local hubs. Once you get a group of people together that share their love for the team that is on their campus, they start to develop a bond around that. You can do that online, but it won't be nearly as effective. Professional esports is having this tribalism problem because it's the majority of it's online. It's resulted in fans following players more so than the teams. I mean, that's a pretty broad topic, though. Like, we're starting to see those trends in traditional sports as well start to occur. People will follow LeBron and specific players on different teams to wherever they are. But I think for collegiate specifically, schools need to create meaningful live experiences. And if we're talking explicitly about fandom, you have to make the students on your campus care about the team
Hmm.
first. That's the biggest thing. Either you create a level of pride through community engagement, or through the team itself. Um, at a lot of schools, the groundwork is there for this. Like there are schools like UBC, Ohio State, with Buckeye Gaming Collective that have uh, clubs that number in the 2 to 3,000 range, right? So they have a base to begin with. At a school like Maryville, like we kind of developed it the opposite way. When I came in and started building our esports program, we had 3 kids in our esports club, and so we've kind of built the team, and then the club has followed, which is kind of the opposite for a lot of schools. But um, I think that we have to develop tribalism, and that starts with meaningful live events. And the more that these events, the longer that these events continue to be like only online, the
Hmm.
less effective it is in creating that final goal.
Agreed. Doc, you wrap it up for us, please.
I would just say this: clubs ebb and flow based on their leadership. But if all students, all clubs, all groups are given regular and meaningful invitations to come in, use the space, create what you want out of this, then it will continue to thrive despite the change in leadership. I can just imagine that that Cincy student group with Chris heavy in the leadership there just being amazing. But there's not always someone with his skill set at the helm. So you just need
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to this production here on I almost said NECC. Oh my god, I'm messing up this so bad. Welcome to Esports U. We got ourselves a riveting quarterfinals matchup for you guys today. It's going to be between St. Clair Saints going up against South Puget Sound Community College. I'm Laird, he's Orbital. How you guys doing tonight?
Hopefully they're all doing all right. We're here with the NJCAAE quarterfinals here, and that's very, very exciting. Getting into playoffs, getting into those rounds. It's going to be interesting, right? This is where things matter. This is where basically the regular season, you can toss it all out the window. We have new patches. We have new information that teams have to play around, and that's the very, very fun part, because if you lose here, you're out, right? No second chances here. You lose the best of 3, you are done.
Absolutely. And, there's been a lot of mix-ups in the meta with just one single solitary patch happening today. A certain favorite character has been reworked, folks. This is not a drill. I am not talking about this lightly. Everyone's favorite Frenchman Chamber has been dramatically changed before the match today. So a lot of people are kind of running around like chickens with their heads cut off, trying to figure out what to do with this big hole in the meta that we find ourselves in right now, Orbital.
Yeah, there's depending on which Reddit subreddit you go to, you're gonna have very different answers. If you go to Valorant mains, you're gonna have a good time. You're gonna be like, oh yeah, Chamber. You go to Chamber mains, and things are gonna go poorly for you. Overall,
Right.
though, it is a massive difference, and I think you are very correct here, Laird. We do have to talk about this. It's very, very important here. As you're taking a look here, Bind, Icebox, and Ascent, all 3 maps. We know Chamber loves any map in the world, but honestly,
Not anymore.
yeah, not anymore. It is important to talk about this, right? And these are 3 maps that I feel Chamber would have felt quite affected on, at least Bind and Ascent. Icebox is kind of up there, right? But we're looking at the Bind and Ascent. Lots of changes to how far away Chamber can kind of hold on to a site, right? Major changes over to Rendezvous as well as the trademark. So both of those utility pieces drop down to a bit more finite, right? Not able to spam it as easily, not able to be as, I almost want to say loosey-goosey with that equipment. You really have to pick and choose where you want to drop these things. Specifically with the Rendezvous, you now only have one charge. If it gets destroyed, it is out for the entirety of the, out of the entire round. Taking a look at the trademark, kind of the same thing. That one is actually the worst of them all.
Right.
The fact that you now have to be in range of the trademark is very upsetting to some people. So that's what you're looking at. I'm going to glance over the ult change because I mean, like a fire rate difference, you're just not going to be able to spam it.
It's just an op. It's just
yeah,
a
it's
normal
just an
opt
op.
out. It's not that big. It's still scary. You know.
Yeah, it's still going to take your head off. I mean,
You can't
let's
just go,
not get
babe,
away
you're
from
dead,
it.
babe, you're dead, babe. You can't do that anymore. You gotta just kind of be a little bit better. His Headhunter also got changed a little bit too. There's a lot more bullet spread on consecutive shots of 2 or more. So, you know, be a little bit more careful about how you spend your 150 in-game currency points. I don't know what those are called, by the way.
Creds.
Sure, whatever. Sounds good.
Yeah.
But I think the biggest change is probably going to be, you know, I completely disagree with you on the front where it's like, you know,
Ooh.
I think that obviously the trademark's important because you got to be in a range to it. But how Chamber is going to be played is completely different now because you don't have access to 2 anchors. You got 1. You can't just be all the way up here, pushing really far forward and holding a choke, and then come all the way back here where it's safe and you got your team behind your back. It's going to be a lot more corner peeking in the back line as opposed to in the mid to front line. So I think that change is going to be very interesting. And hey, we are going to be seeing that come in from Big Guns from St. Clair. And it looks like Endeavor will be sticking with his main as well.
Yeah, so the actual, I want to say pros to a lot of this as well is the fact that the base fact of Chamber is still there. Very strong when you have the ultimate, still very powerful if you can line up the shots, right? So it's still very useful if you're willing to play, but the fact of the matter is as you said, the positioning for the Chamber is what's going to be important. So now you have to cover in more ways. You're going to be looking at the rest of your team. You know, we're seeing the KO, the Fade, the Raze, and the Astra actually coming out for the side of St. Clair College to try and cover some of those disadvantages. And then for South Puget Sound, we are looking at a little bit of a leaner setup instead of that brain help. I'm trying to double check here. Instead of the KO, it's actually the Sky that's going to be breaking out, and instead of the Astra, it's going to be the Brimstone. So major difference in terms of how they're kind of coming towards this game in terms of composition.
Yeah, so I'd like to correct myself real quick. Actually, the teams are a little bit switched right now. South Puget Sound is going to be on the right side, or excuse me, that side, and then we got St. Clair on the left of your screen. So it's all right. We're going to figure that out in just a moment, folks. But we're going to be starting off first thing here on Bind. Bind, one of the seemingly most basic maps, but you do have access to a lot of very, very fun rotations. You know, you got obviously these teleporters that you could use. Hookah is a very, very fun spot to contest for both teams. And on top of that, Point A is just an absolute riot to play on. Yeah, you guys like that? No pun intended, folks. But I will be honest with you. You can get schmixed pretty hard here, depending on how people play around these walls. All right, there's a lot of different choke points on this map that are going to make it a lot more difficult to contest.
And to add on that, I'd like to lay it out with the teams as you saw already. We are taking a look at St. Clair College versus South Community College. SPSCC is their academy squad. This is a heavy-handed map, right? Their college taking if at all, they are one of the teams went 6-1 in the regular season, right? They were a profoundly strong team during their initial. Same for SPSCC White, though. So they were 5-2 coming out of the regular season. So overall, these two teams should be giving us a very matchup as well. And if we get to see anything, I'm more interested in this, right? I think that's what everyone's got. As you said, the walls are going to be very, very important. Chamber decides to post up, and who decides to know, if you're on the defensive side, is going to give a huge glimpse into how these teams have identified the strengths and weaknesses of the brand new Chamber.
So we're going to be getting into this one. Round 1 is coming out. South Puget Sound will be on defense first, which means ball is in St. Clair's court for the first tap of offense that we're going to be seeing today. I'm excited for this one. I know St. Clair, they have a very, very solid unit, a lot of really good, talented players in that roster. And on top of that, they have a very fundamental execution strategy, which is just keep hitting you too hard until you break and then keep doing what works. They are among the best when it comes to picking out an opposing team's weakness. And South Puget Sound, they're going to need to look infallible if they want to keep their opponents on the back foot.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect St. Clair to even. I feel like they would be willing to kind of skill check at the beginning as well. As you said, a team that is individually very, very strong, and that to me is always the most scary factor of anything in the game. No matter what, it is still an FPS. So if you get skill checked, if you get gun checked at the beginning and you just lose out, it's a painful one, right? You just feel that it's completely out of sync. So I'm very curious to see how they decide to play it. Of course, we do take a look. It is Soup, Gub, Endeavor, JRC, and Hybrid for the side of St. Clair College to bring out here in the quarterfinals.
All right. Well, looks like we're going to be starting off with a bit of a spread look from St. Clair. You got a lot of people touching a lot of different points. Going to be trying to make as much noise as humanly possible on the Gub side of things, trying to contest Hookah. There are 3 committed to be long there for South Puget Sound. And right now you got 2 covering into showers as well. They do not realize that A main is ripe for the taking.
Yeah, they're taking their time, right? And I agree with this one. Play it slow, play it smart, and I mean, Big Guns, of course, now having to use that singular util piece. The new chamber differences. You took 3 shots and you backed out, so we'll see how that affects them.
Actually, it does appear as though, you know, with that rotation out of showers, it does appear that we're playing without the chamber patch. So it looks as though everything we said is completely irrelevant here, folks. It's going to be Valorant as you know it and love it.
All right, listen. I was so excited. I sounded so smart, and then I absolutely just dunked it off. But we did get the plant very quickly. St. Clair College setting things up as quickly as possible. And Endeavor gets sniped out by Big Guns, who is right around the corner. So the chamber gets a headshot through the wall. And now looking for a 5v4 as JRC annihilates them. Back and forth they go. It's down to a 1v2. But Gub lines it up and is looking for one more. Do you get it? No, you don't. Rive finishes it off.
What a play, and they're going to get that defuse. So it will be the defender's side of things. We're going to be securing this first point, getting the diffusion with plenty of time left to spare. So we'll be Rye saving that one for his team.
And that one feels good, right? Again, it's a little bit of a hard-fought firefight at the beginning, so you are just praying that the trades go your way. And the clutch up is going to give a formidable amount of money over to SPSCC. Depending if SCC want to buy up, we've seen the Stingers come out, I think. It's been fielded by teams. It's a little bit of a gamble, and it doesn't look like SCC are going to do it.
Well, this will be a buy-up round for the defenders. It's going to be a lot more difficult to contest this site as well as to win it here for the attackers. But, you know, play for picks. Do your best. Looks like it's going to be full send onto B site right now. A couple people going through Hookah. You got 2 coming in B long. Gub is leading the charge here through Hookah. Flanked by a Sentinel as well as his teammate on the initiator side of things. It's going to be the hunt down, trying to peek out anything. Everyone's hanging out in that middle tube. Ooh, Gub's going to get blown up right now. Duper and Ride, this initiator duo is going to completely invalidate the offense coming in from St. Clair.
I mean, they make it look easy, and that's exactly what you want to see, right? Perfectly done. Didn't really drop anyone either, so you know what? You'll take the gun money, and St. Clair, they're going to have to try and bounce back. Of course, I'm sure they know how to do so. You can see the guns coming out here. Big Guns, I think, is the only one rocking with that Vandal on their side, so deciding to go, hey, let's have some fun here.
Yeah,
St. Clair, though, this should be pretty nice. Well. Yeah, and the light armor. Fun times.
Yeah, I was going to say, so, you know, a little bit of an all-or-nothing go for here from his side of things, but offense probably going to be a little bit slower and methodical. Okay, full rotation coming in from the defenders, and looks like they're going to be playing for a 5-man flank here. Endeavor does not know what's coming to him. Look at all those. He's going to get one to trade out. Because of those anchor changes not going through, St. Clair is going to completely have the site, and Endeavor is going to hold out on that ballsy play coming in from SPSCC.
Ooh. and still gets picked off on the back end. So it's a trade of 1-for-1, but as you said, SPSCC trying to chase into this site now and taking it quite slow. They want to make sure they get medium range or close range as best as possible. They don't want to let these big guns fry them out. Try and take at least 2 or 3 more, and they're going to jetpack their way in. JRC and Hybrid are going to nail down the XMJ early, and big guns. Super is going to fall here inside of Hookah as Gub cleans it all up. So just as quickly, St. Clair is saying, hey, the start of Valorant is the start of Valorant. 2-1 to kick things off to SPSCC.
And really, the star of the show was the smoke coming in from Hybrid there into Hookah. Made it super difficult for the 4-man push in Hookah to really come through in an effective way. And they all didn't push at the same time, so they just one by one got picked off by everyone who was holding out on the site. And SCC is on the board, folks. It is 1-2, and they still have a whole lot of economy in their corner. Then again, you got to keep an eye on big guns coming in from South Puget Sound. He is rocking an operator, folks. This could be scary.
It's a gamble. I like it, but it's the first real test here, I feel, because SPSCC are kind of throwing down the gauntlet, right? You buy in that heavily at the start, and you are kind of just saying, look, we feel confident. We feel great about this, and so I want to see it do work. SPSCC splitting into 3-2, pretty standard, and the B push with a lurker. He's going to hold steady as well, so SCC just testing the waters over here.
Right, I do like the spread push there as well. You got Endeavor trying to poke around A a little bit. Both the people who are holding A have not moved around, though, so he's going to be just kind of hanging out, trying to wait for a rotation again. But I don't think we're going to be seeing a gambit out of South Puget Sound for quite a while after how poorly that last round went.
Difference is they have weapons now, right? Now they can actually fight against some of this craziness. But right now, Cheap is hiding up in the top corner, so it is going to be a soft push in. They're still trying to figure out if A is available. They have snuck someone into Lantern, which is great, but the Nightfall calling Endeavor out as quickly as possible. So
right,
a lockdown. Ooh.
He's going to get rid of the Haunted Time. Second one's just going to run right past him, going for his teammate. Gub is now on B, flanked by 4 of his other teammates.
Ooh.
And they do have site secured. Full rotation is going to be coming in from A. Looks like there's 3 men in the back line. Actually, 4 now.
Ooh, right.
But everyone is worse for wear on this side.
Yeah, that's gonna be a chance. Endeavor just sends them all packing. A cleanup on aisle 3K. Beautiful job to leave SPSCC with only 1 alive, and feels like St. Clair are playing St. Clair's way, right? Just beautiful picks all the way through. XMJ now falls to Hybrid. 3 left alive, and now an ult fully ready on Hybrid's side, so very well done by St. Clair. You can see it here. I wonder if we're going to get the full setup here, but Gub clearing out that center piece, and then this pickup here. Endeavor just lighting up that kill feed. Must have felt great.
Right. I wish we got to see a little bit more of that, but hey, we got to see XMJ try to take care of business, but to no avail. And you got Rye right now, who just used their ult last round, but they're going to be going for a bit of a Bucky here. I think an eco round is going to be in the works for South Puget Sound. And this team that was all fire on the defensive side of things is now going to be sent back just a little bit.
And the fact that they launched the orbital strike that quickly just means that they're going to hard rush this one. They're saying, hey, we know we have the gun advantage, so let's give it our best shot. Orbital strike down, and they rush onto the A site. Of course, right now, Rye getting caught out in Hybrid takes advantage. Soup is going to find Cheap. And it's just free shooting right now. SPSCC getting locked out in a somewhat more predictable situation.
Yeah, and a heavy numbers advantage right now from St. Clair. South Puget Sound, they only have 2 players, 1 attacker, 1 initiator. Hybrid right now has SMJ, is going to get picked up this time. Going to get 2 on as well. A little bit worse for wear, but they do have ult in the back pocket if they want to go for it. And no, it looks like JRC is going to pick up XMJ. It is just a 1v2 right now in favor of St. Clair. They're going to get picked up. It's a 1v1. Both players 1 tap away. And no, had the util out as opposed to the gun, and JRC is going to pick that one up, securing the lead for St. Clair. They have currently won 3 rounds straight, Orbital.
And it feels good, right, for this team. And again, that one was expected. The main thing that you have to take away is SPSCC made it extremely expensive for them, right? That was 4 members taken out, and for St. Clair, even though you won 3 rounds, the econ doesn't really show as much as you would have liked, right? Soup was sitting on a decent chunk, and yes, they're sitting at about 2 or 3, but you were hoping to see multiple members at about 6K at this point. So SPSCC, even though they lost 3 rounds in a row, you know what? You're making the best out of a pretty rough situation. And this chance as well, though, but Endeavor said, not today. No operator play for big guns.
Sorry, bro. I saw your shoulder, and I made sure that you felt the wrath of my gun there. But Endeavor is going to pick up yet another one there. This Sentinel is clearing the way for his team to get a nice push in. Cheap is firing right now from heaven, but has to retreat. They are routed. Rye is now really far away, trying to play spawn, but no one's home right now for them. Seems like Cheap and Duper are going to need to play this one incredibly slow if they want any chance to get this diffusion.
It's been so powerful, but look at that flank. Rye's going to try some cheeky stuff here. And if this actually works, that's going to be crazy. Gub, though. Gub's smelling something. And
oh boy,
so
did
easy.
he. Fresh on the hunt, and he is able to pick that one up. Just one shot. Cheap is going to run back around and pick up Big Gun's operator. He's got the ion skin, too. Ooh, my man's a big spender.
How much is that one? Do you know? How much is that skin? I don't know.
It's more money than I make. I'll put it out that way.
Oh man, it's a good skin though. I think it's worth it, right? Like I think that's pretty worth. Taking a look at this replay though, Endeavor pulling off a massive move here. Great pickoff early on to deny the operator play. So very, very important. Then Gub finding the flanker. Both those kills just nullifying anything SPSCC we're hoping for.
And look at SCC's ult economy, my friend. 4 ults on deck, and the only reason Hybrid didn't have his is because he was instrumental into getting that push a couple rounds ago. This is scary, man.
Excited.
Oh, it looks like they got everyone there with that haunt. Nobody was ready for it. We'll be throwing out the Molly to keep long secure, but everyone is going to be going on this push for second. Look at all those trails. Oh my gosh.
The information's given, but unfortunately you can't play off of it, and that's one of the worst feelings, right? Great use of the util, but if you don't capitalize on the util, it does fall a little bit flat. You stop the push, but now St. Clair do have free roam to go just about anywhere. So they are deciding to dance away a little bit from B, at least from the full B push on long. Instead, hovering to around Hookah means that they're going to try and flank in. And at SPSCC are not fast enough. This is going to be very, very dangerous. Oh, XMJ looking for a chance of blinded and fires off that ulti. Doesn't find anything.
No, and I think this is exactly what St. Clair's doing. Poke the bear. Try to see if the bear has any lasers or machine guns or anything that they want to throw out. Wait for them to throw those out, and then you wrestle the bear when he's weakened. All coming in.
Oh,
Big Gun's gonna pick one up. It is Hybrid. That's an instrumental piece.
Oh.
Gonna pick up Endeavor as well before the teleport. And this push just got a lot more dangerous for the attackers.
That was so
with the showstopper. Is not going to pick up Rye. Rye got missed there and is taking his lucky stars for that one.
That is insane, though. Big Gun's playing it hard. Is going to try and fire away. Can't get the 3rd kill. Still, nice block onto JRC, knowing where they are. Cheap is going to find JRC. Little bit of a shoddy. Rye sending it close, and into Lantern they go. But Soup is able to fire one. Down goes Soup thanks to the util, and it will be the defusal. SPSCC win a handed round number 3.
Dude, so many instrumental pieces happening in favor of the defenders there. Again, a couple pickups from Big Guns with that operator. Look at this one. Boom. There goes Hybrid. And then Endeavor's going to come up as well. Boom. One of your best shooters on the team. Actually, 2 of your best shooters on the team getting picked up in that short little sequence there. And Rye going on with the chase. Rye still top of the leaderboard right now. 7-4. Has a second ult 3 notches away. And you know what? We have ourselves a dogfight, ladies and gentlemen.
It's going to be a good series. It's going to be a good series, Laird.
I want to see final map. I'm calling it, man. I want it.
Oh, all right. The prediction's in. I like it.
It's not a prediction. It's just a request, please, guys.
Okay.
I love this game. I love watching it, man. I just want to watch y'all play more.
I love it. I do as well. It's one of I would say, the more entertaining FPS games that I've seen. Just
sure.
the util, the fun abilities that you get to play with, and how teams play around is so much fun. Right now, St. Clair, though, going to chase into B and opening up with 2 to start. Hybrid, though, popping off, making it 3-0, looking for just 2 more. And honestly, with both the other 2 chasing over from A, it feels like St. Clair are going to have just the easiest time closing this round out.
Gup didn't need to spend that satchel, but they entered into hookah in the coolest way I've ever seen. Just the no look, and it just shows a lot of history and playtime with this character. But a Bulldog in the pocket of cheap, and you know what? You're gonna be paying the price for that one. Yes, that gun might be cheap, but that operator is free. That's gonna be Endeavor picking that one up, and it will be Big Guns skulking all the way back to A, but they will not realize they are gonna be contested if they peek out. There's a haunt on site. Big Guns is now cornered. All right.
I love this. You just
okay, man. If somebody comes from the door of heaven, he's in trouble. All right, there's the blind. Oh, gets one. Okay, push. He's dead. No, that's an operator. And it doesn't look like JRC is gonna pick that up, but man, that is so unfortunate for the econ game of South Puget Sound, and it looks like they're gonna need to be very careful about how they buy up.
I mean, this is the hero rifles for sure playing out, but I do agree it's surprising that they're opting to go for this. They are they swapping out? They held on to it for a little bit. XMJ is going to sit with that judge, which is, I feel, very appropriate, but huge play. This is the St. Clair that we were expecting, right? A little bit bigger purses, a little bit more in the pocket to work with, and because of that, they get another free roam. Orbital Strike again to cut off Lantern, and just hard chase there, playing off the economic fact. They understand the gun rotations, and they're not letting SPSCC get any free time with those guns.
Yeah, I will say, though, this time, nobody was in lamps, so nobody got routed by that operator. It just allows for the push to be a little bit more aggressive. They get spiked down a lot more quickly. However, you got a lot of people in the back part of the site, but keep in mind, someone will be coming from A main in just a moment. They're going to get smoked off, but still, would have been a fun little flank. Gub is going to draw first blood onto Big Guns. And that's how Puget Sound's trying to work it around all this econ, these smokes, these haunts. Hybrid's going to pick one up. XMJ going to pick up 2, but JRC going to get one as well. Hybrid going to get rid of Duper and Rye to secure a 3K and the victory for his team yet again. And those hero rifles are looking a little bit like a bad decision right now, you have to expect, Orbital.
Yeah, that was a rough one, and you can see here, you know, it was a chance. You can see the econ is still evened up, but this Cosmic Divide works so well for the side of SCC, or not SCC, sorry, I believe I'm reading that wrong. No, it was SPSCC, and you know what? It worked against them. I thought it was SCC's because it cut off that shower side, and again, for SPSCC, it is very important that you have information gathering. And right now, again, they are aimed to the low econ. So, SCC, you know the drill. You know chase and have a lot of fun with those shots.
Yeah, looking for a headhunter shot, but I don't think Big Guns has picked any of those up so far today. So, again, just getting skill checked a little bit hard in showers. And right now, yep, another aggressive push onto A from St. Clair. Gonna make it very difficult for anyone coming in. Rye is in the corner now. Gonna get a pick with that Bucky. Not going to pick up another gun, though. It looks like they're opting just for the Bucky. XMJ with some Bucky strats as well. Duper trying to pick some up with his revolver. Oh, but Hybrid's right there with a 2K on main. Riot right now pinned in lamps. And will get picked up. Another 3K coming in from Hybrid. That's what I'm saying, man. Hybrid is an intrepid leader when it comes to the kill department for his team. 12-4 as a controller, by the way, folks. And already 2 rounds ago, he used his orbital strike. He has another one already, man.
And just having a ball here. Just having an incredible time. Already 12-4-3. Ridiculous time here. And I gotta agree, Hybrid is having some instrumental kills on some of these clearances. And we're now going to see in, this is the 3rd round of kind of that 2-round drought, that SPSCC are working with full guns as well. So we'll see if Hybrid can continue this absolute madness reign as chasing the showers real. And yep, Hybrid does it. Instead of 3, though, it's only 1.
I will say, good trade. And, okay, Duper, come on, man. Just did that one for the highlight reel for cheap. Actually, that's what we're gonna call it. It was not an accident. It was completely intentional. Knew that he was completely safe to do that.
I'm taking a look here. St. Clair are kind of worried now because they lost their initial fraggers, and you can see the util pieces that they have left outside the raise. It's not super fun to try and enter into a site, and because you don't have control either, at this point, St. Clair almost always has control. So the fact that they're entering with only 3, it's a very painful situation that they're going to just have to kind of bite the bullet on it.
There's 2 things I've noticed about St. Clair that are instrumental to their success. It is having the lead in terms of kills. So having the numbers advantage is a big thing. And number 2, it's having access to smokes from Hybrid. And they don't have either right now. It is a 3-1 lead for South Puget Sound. Trying to keep this one very competitive and are doing just that. Spike is down A main. But it looks like we're going to be seeing JRC trying to come in from corner. Or from showers.
Yeah, but without the spike, I mean, why even try and push it, right? You get an opportunity. Big Guns is going to take it. JRC. You're left between a rock and a hard place. So, fought well. Still 4-7, not terrible. And with the last round coming up here, I think St. Clair can be very proud of what they've accomplished here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you've guaranteed yourself the lead going into the next half. That's always a big deal in any scenario, any competition. Alt Economy is pretty good for them. Several of their players are 1 or 2 kills away from getting theirs, as well as everyone else who still has theirs, Soup and Hybrid more likely. And then on the other side of things, you have decent guns, you have good armor, you have everything you could possibly want on the side of South Puget Sound on defense. Another aggressive A push there with that orbital strike coming in, so you know for a fact everyone's going to be trying to rotate around and stall as much as possible, but Endeavor's going to pick one up on XFJ, catching the back line. This is going to be a very aggressive push yet again from St. Clair. This is their favorite push to do on this site.
Might as well, right? Just might as well go a little bit ham here. Nightfall goes down. Yes, SPSCC will get some information. It's a 45, not impossible to deal with, but Hybrid is going to get a swing. Gub gets one as well, and Hybrid just holding it down here. The tethers feel like they're just kind of lulling SPSCC into a false sense of security. Rye now stuck in a very difficult situation. Those ones in the left corner, but it has to swing right, and Hybrid is able to take advantage. One left alive. Big Guns is the only one alive and is able to find one, padding the stats. But Gub team kills Soup. You know what? You'll take it. You'll take it here. And Gub says, I made it even. Don't worry.
Yeah. Well, that is the huge lead secured for SCC. 4 maps in their favor. I will say, though, if you want my opinion about who's better on these pistol rounds, my opinion is very firmly in the corner of South Puget Sound. They played instrumentally well earlier, and look at that. Their entire core is rocking Ghost right now. But we're going to take a look back at some of the flicks Hybrid's gotten here. Gets rid of Duper, and then Gub on the other side I think is going to get rid of Cheap. So, a lot of good stuff. And that flick from Big Guns was pretty nice, but wasn't able to do much afterwards. But the paint shell picking up Soup, oh, man.
I know for a fact that's what we really wanted, right? Like, that's what we wanted to see.
The question must be asked, who put paint in my soup?
I'm mad I didn't think of that one first. I'm so mad. Oh, man. SPSCC, though, now on their own attack, and we're going to see what they can do here. So, big eyes, and for what I saw with SCC, it was pretty evenly favored between both A and B sites, so that's something to kind of keep in mind. They didn't really force one over the other, so SPSCC going to see if they do the same, or if it's a little bit more, I would almost say obvious what they're going to go for. Right now, it's a very simple default with one lurker, and until they really find an opening pick, I don't know if SPSCC are going to chase as hard for a site.
Yeah, I'm with you there, man, and it looks like JRC is going to be, okay, there are people A main, let me go for some of my econ. Is going to throw out one of the Prowlers, but it will get picked up early. Sees Duper, did not shoot anything. Man, okay, wow, JRC just got hit by everything there.
You know what, Util, it's fine. We'll go ahead and fight for it. Gub, though, holding it down, and it's still going to be a 1-for-1. A-site being planted here as JRC taking a little bit of time, still quite low, and SCC not really able to find these kills, but XMJ on the back end is just trying to cause a little bit of chaos. JRC able to find one. Endeavor is going to fall. Hybrid finds Rye, and in the 3v2 here, that battle stim giving a little bit of work here, but Sheep able to find one in Lantern, so you're going to go for the defuse. You get halfway, you're going to try and keep going, but no, you hop off Spike, And that means it feels like SCC not going to have it. So I kept going jumping back and forth between the acronyms. Man, that's hard. SPSCC, though, take round number 1.
But could you imagine if they stuck that?
I feel like that would have been the way to win it, right? Like, you even called it right there.
I mean, you never know. I was so scared that Cheap wasn't going to get there in time, particularly with Hybrid, contesting them in that situation. But no, it's going to be XMJ picking up the last kill, building a tree on them. So, I don't think you build trees, though. You plant those things. And you know what else you plant? You plant the spike.
I
am grasping for straws tonight here, but it looks like South Puget Sound is not. They have a plan, and I did say I think they're going to be pretty good in this gun round, or this pistol round, and they did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
They do have guns going in here. A Phantom coming in from XMJ, and the rest of their team with some really good econ as well.
And we're seeing it kind of fall in a necessary spot. Again, St. Clair, you're just looking to try and get a couple frags here in the anti-eco, and with that tethered, you're going to see a lot of information given. Big guns just going in, clearing out this B site, and it was appropriate, right? SPSCC giving a bit of a taste back to St. Clair, considering what happened in some of those gun versus pistol rounds. So
Yeah.
SPSCC looking for a flawless, as Gub is just hiding and praying that, now you can't really hide, so Gub spotted out and suppressed.
You don't have anything to save, though. So just try to hit somebody for something. That's my strategy. Then again, you have a lot more range on these good guns. The Spectre coming in. Gub's going to get picked up again. Yep, and Rye around the corner. Rye in particular has really, really impressed me on these first 2 rounds of any particular heat. They are so good at getting a lot of early frags. They're already 3 notches away from their ult Nightfall again. And they're the only member positive on their team, but I will say everyone else is making it really close. You got a couple 9 and 10s, you got an 8 and 10, you got a 6 and 10 with a couple of assists there as well. So, not a lot of the players on this team are positive. However, they are very obviously around their own skill level, and they play together instrumentally well.
And I want to see more of it, but right now St. Clair, again, we know what they can do with guns in their hand. So I'm just sitting here, I'm like, okay, this defensive round is really going to give us a taste of what St. Clair can do. They had a little bit of a buffer zone, right? 8 rounds to their name. And so now they're just like, hey, we can try and fight this one out. It's a deep default, though, and a call for an early rotate from them. So anticipating a B-side push, but it's a default with Gub playing out the flank. You are going for alert. You're going to find big guns.
Yep.
You find the kill. Easy does it.
I like sending this one man out to try to go get a pick. It's not too bad of a deal if you get killed, because your opponents are going to be having to deal with people on site already. So just sending one man out to go try to pick up stuff, you can only have a net gain there.
Yeah, ratting is so impressive with some of these teams. The rat, the lurker, whatever you want to say, it can cause some damage, and the fact is you don't know who else is out there, so it plays the mental game as well. And SPSCC are just like, look, we tried to push as far as we can, but we only got 30 seconds. They gotta choose a site, and it looks like they are going to confirm it's B side. Astro Stars go down. Cheap is going to try and unlock them, and they're giving a lot here. XMJ gonna launch out a little paint shell. Let's go for a booster pack. Launch their way forward. Can't get the double bounce. So, that feels so bad.
Soup is
gonna have free fire, and it is going to be Death's Door. 10 seconds left.
Right. Just going to be looking for kills, I think, at this moment. So, right there. Going to pick one up as well. Fading away. No pun intended, of course. Rye's going to go right into that teleporter. So, saving their gun in that situation, considering they were one of the only players on their team with a Vandal, not a bad selection here. And the rest of the team is going to be able to buy up as well. Because, as you recall, they did win the pistol round, so they do have good eco in this situation. And those picks onto Gub and Soup are going to be going a long way in this next round. This will be interesting, my friend.
It's gonna be a good time. I think St. Clair are kind of like, look, we're okay. The 2 rounds at the start, it's normal Valorant. They're okay with this, and the fact that they didn't let the plant go down either, I'm very, very excited once again. So St. Clair, again, very stalwart players, very strong in the individual gunfights, and I think they're gonna try and play it out here as a very deep defensive hold. Or not a defensive default, I'm so sorry. SPSCC trying to fade out, look for a couple kills. 1 in shower, 1 in mid on A, and just everyone kind of scattered about.
All right, so right now, actually 2 players up in hookah for the first time anyone has pushed up into hookah on defender's side from St. Clair. Hybrid actually got picked up by that paint shell quite heavily at half health at the moment. Duper right now trying to poke from showers. No one really has a committed push yet. Rye is going to say, okay, how many people here on A? But they're not burning as much util as they did last round, are St. Clair.
Face your fear! No charges.
Ult coming in from Rye already. JRC's going to avoid that one in lamps. Trades coming in from the raises, and it will be JRC picking up another one on XMJ. Plant is coming down. Big Guns is going to pick one up, but will get hit from the back by Endeavor with that Vandal. Endeavor holding strong in the face of adversity there, and another push from South Puget Sound has been stopped.
And again, the scary fact is no plant. St. Clair so far, with guns in their hand, have completely denied SPSCC in every avenue. And that should worry them. Right?
Yeah.
The fact that you can't even get onto site to plant means that St. Clair are shutting it down at the doorstep, and SPSCC are not winning any of those initial gun duels. They're also playing it quite slow, so they're not really kind of rushing what like we saw St. Clair do earlier. So the tempo exchange that they're doing is very readable, right? It's okay, they're going to wait for a couple seconds, about 30 to 35 seconds, and then they're going to push. St. Clair are reading that like a book right now.
No, I couldn't agree more. And while it always seemed like whenever St. Clair was on offense, they had their own tempo. They didn't really give themselves up to too many early frags or anything. You know, in these situations, St. Clair is really good at getting a pick or two onto the attacking South Puget Sound side. South Puget Sound trying to, you know, bait out util, but really hasn't been that effective at it so far. It's usually coming down to who gets the first frag, Orbital.
Yeah. that is the other thing, right? We're talking about all these other things. Nah, just whoever gets the first shot, right? We saw Alert come out from Gub earlier that swung the round, and this time around as well in the showers. You're going to see it. Oh, the misses. Oh my gosh.
That's huge.
Gub airs a huge clip, and that is showers granted to SPSCC.
All right, the push is happening, folks. First frag in favor of South Puget Sound. XMJ with a bit of an upgrade there on that Vandal. Oh no, but then the kills come falling out. JRC and Hybrid with 3. Big Guns getting one with his op. It is back down to a 2v2. Cheap getting rid of the most instrumental player on St. Clair's roster. That controller, Hybrid.
Yeah, but the problem is they have to play it. They have to go for it, and Big Gun's trying to hold it down. But you found him, and it's so good. Soup and Endeavor, the 2-man play to close out that round. St. Clair played that fight perfectly, and again, a third denial.
You gotta keep in mind that wasn't a buy round for SPSCC. Despite that, they were able to push onto site, nearly get the full plant, and they would have had access to that site a little bit longer had that play coming in from Endeavor not been so instrumental. Shot his rival chamber in the back. Big Guns was trying to hold down Lamps because they knew that their opponents were in there, but just not able to make it work. And very, very good clutch play coming in from SCC.
And I think they're going to continue here. We can see a little bit more congregated aggression here. This is one of the first times that we're actually seeing SPSCC group up on a singular site. It's not a default start. They are looking to try and charge in, but they're stalled out at the doors again. Some of these smokes are causing them problems. And then the blinds down B long. They're trying their best here. 3 in long, 2 in hookah, and here we go. A little bit of a hunt goes out. Not really going to find anything in Hybrid. Still just waiting around, but Endeavor with the free fire finds Sheep through the smoke. Oh, welcome St. Clair to the Thunderdome.
Well, this ain't fun if your name is South Puget Sound, but I will say St. Clair is very heavily favored in terms of that ult economy as well. Not a lot of resources here for the side of SPSCC. However, a couple picks coming out. XMJ getting Hybrid. It's a 3v3 and another pick for Big Guns in hookah. All right, SCC was routed. They're going to go for an ult, just try to equalize things a little bit, but JRC's going to get picked up. XMJ has to reload before they come back around. Satchel to entry. However, they're not going to go through Paint Shell. Are going to get grabbed. Will Rye peek them? No, going to get shot through the wall. Sorry, sucker. Boom. It's wait, it did hit. Never mind. Big Guns right now.
No.
It's a joust. No. Oh! wow, and big guns with the biggest gun of them all. A couple pivotal op shots to win that round for SPSCC. 7-11. But my God, this ain't been no Slurpee. This has been a fun one to watch.
And that round, like, we hyped it up because it was just back and forth, but that round meant a lot more to South Fusion than we give on, right? Because if they didn't, they would have gone into Matt Point with almost no guns in their pocket, right? That would have been so devastating to have to sit on a bargain bin buy for the map. And now they get to buy up once again, right? Yes, the ultis aren't exactly in their favor, but it's still a good chance. Again, a default start here, just looking for a single chance.
Woo,
and Endeavor
baby!
takes out big guns. Oh my gosh, Endeavor.
The jousting between these two has been my favorite part of this set to watch, man. Chamber on chamber action it always feels so rude, you know, but and it will be this round being won by St. Clair in that regard. However, the push from South Puget Sound will still be coming out, but these smokes have been so devastating on the side of Hybrid. This Hybrid is so good at just completely snuffing out any offense coming in from the attacking side.
Right now, this is kind of the issue that SPSCC fall into, right? The confidence to try and chase in and get on these sites is a little bit rough for them, but they are going to take it here in what could be a chance to put SCC on map point. They're going to chase, and they're going to try and go for the plan. Duper able to find Soup through that smoke once again.
Even
and that's going to be the plan, but Orbital Strike coming in. Not going to hit anyone. Oh my god, and Hybrid take full advantage and snipe out two, down to a 2v4.
Right, and here comes JRC from the backside as well. SJ is going to get blinded, but Duper with a pickup. Gup and Endeavor, closers, forcing us into set point for St. Clair College.
And I feel that was a wonderful time to for St. Clair to go ahead and use those ulti packages, right? The Orbital Strike is something that I always wonder about what's the most efficient way to use it, right? We saw earlier on the attack, as we just have to watch that one again. That was so good.
Bro, it's like those videos of eagles catching fish. That was gorgeous.
But Hybrid's ultimates, again, those Orbital Strikes, I think, have gone as the sung and unsung hero, right? Just, it's not meant to ever actually kill anyone. It's meant to force people out of position. It gives such great awareness for St. Clair, right? It gives them so many great options, whereas SPSCC are just dodging all over the place. Right now, map point, SPSCC going to give it their all.
Well, we're back in it, folks. This could be potentially the final round, and it will be an aggressive push coming in from SPSCC. You know how good they like doing these pushes, but it will be Endeavor sniping that one out. Gets two. Bry and Duber, both initiators, are knocked out of the round. Spike is down right now. Big Guns is going to get picked up again by Endeavor. A 4K from the chamber. It is going to be sealing out the match and the map. SCC 13-7 over their rivals from South Puget Sound Community College. It is 1-0 in their favor. And Bind is now out of the picture. You got to keep it far out of your mind as we move into Icebox for the next round of competition, Orbital.
Yeah, this was St. Clair playing like St. Clair. I don't really have any other words for it, right? There's a reason they only dropped one series in the regular season. There's a reason that they're second seed moving into the quarterfinals here. And I mean, they're just a very strong team. We even saw at the very end, right? When SPSCC tried to up the tempo, tried to take a gunfight at the very end. They gave it their best shot. But Endeavor's like, listen, I hear footsteps, I get kills. That's all they were looking at here. So for SPSCC, you gotta find a different option. The util baits were not working. Whether you try and throw your own util, to bait out. You got to find more options here. And I know they're very limited, but you got to grasp at that very thin thread that is currently in front of you.
Yeah, but when we return, we will be going into map number 2, Icebox. But in the meantime, go ahead and grab a snack, folks. Grab some popcorn. I actually might do that myself because I do have some in that magical box right there. But long story short, this is going to be a fun one going forward. I do not think South Puget Sound is going to lie down and die that easily. When we return, map 2.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and just like that, another season of ECAC Esports regular season play has come to a close. Over the last 8 weeks, we saw a crazy amount of hype competition from some of the best collegiate esports has to offer, and as usual, you guys have me one last time to break it all down and to show you guys what we thought were some of the top plays this week. And honestly, guys, I don't have much more to say. Just check it out because I think we've got some really incredible clips here. Let's take a look. In our opening clip, it's Professor Dementium with a straight boot off the stage to kick things off for Bloomfield.
Got himself one. Kick back off stage though. But the air dodge is going to be that Bowser. He'll do it again, and he'll also bring himself that down smash so he gets quickly back before that Talk is able to take any sort of advantage. But well, you're gone. The spikes come through. It's a clean kick to wrap things up, and well, he's got one. He's got one stock for his troubles.
Up next, the duel of Donkers and Robeast have some things to say with this beautiful 1-2 combo to close the door on Albany.
Hit the intersection, go straight up in the air for Robeast, who's going to work Central Missouri into the offense. Flip reset's a good one. The pass down to Donkers, and he finds the net. A 3-goal deficit in Game 3.
I gotta say, Curtis, it seems like after these two teams came out of Game 2, right? Again.
In our next play, who needs to be able to see your enemy when you can just take a educated guess?
Great, 1-for-1 over towards Catwalk. There's still more where that came from. Myranium is next up, and he will take a couple too many fights. Solsta as well is going to be able to take a couple of fights, winning them both. It's a 1v3, and Novacorium won't be able to do anything. Johnson, Wales.
At number 5, it's Saltonics with this huge flank onto Cole College to secure Temple of Anubis for his team.
Right now, it's got to be just destroying it straight up. Maybe with the Coalescence, maybe the Supercharger, but that Riptire could just immediately rip through.
Here's that Riptire. It does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Nightbolt is pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with the triple off of that crucial Rocket Barrage, and that is all of them off the point.
Now it's time to Joker just to get the touch onto the point. Tracer.
Coming back to the Bloomfield versus Keene matchup, it was a clutch finish from Zenipu as he finishes off Brandon without dropping a single stock.
No, one more lease on life. Lease on life indeed for Brandon. Looking to hold the ledge, but a recovery from Zenipu. He says second time's the charm. He'll send him to the moon, and once again, Zenipu will not drop a stock.
Last packing our way into the number 2 spot though, it's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Back roads around the high ground to try and avoid that as much as possible.
Oh my absolute days! Here was me looking for that Transcendence to counteract the grab, and no, it was just a big fat go button. In comes the pulse bomb, down goes SUNY Poly Wildcats.
Phil, I can't remember the last time I've seen...
Last packing our way into the number 2 spot though, it's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Not much more. That tap can go a long way in the latter half, right? Now Retna bringing out that Stimmy, trying to get the opportunity to move the team in forward. Okay, there's that showstopper I was thinking about. It looks like D-Nuns is going to have that showstop.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Esports U, where we are currently in the midst of a dogfight between South Puget Sound Community College and St. Clair College. Map 1 has been won by St. Clair, so they're currently up 1-0 in the set. And I'd like to remind you guys that this is quarterfinals of playoffs for the actually, I forget what the conference is called. Oh my gosh. NJCAAE?
NJCAAE.
Ah, well, that one, folks. And, you know, thank God Orbital's here because he's got my back, and I'm Laird on this side of things. So, map 2, Orbital, it will be on Icebox. What are you expecting to see from both of these teams?
I'm expecting St. Clair to be as stalwart as they were before. Their defensive side looked extremely impressive. And I don't say that because we only saw a few rounds and then they closed out the game. It was, even on their attack, their retake defenses looked very, very strong. To give a little bit of a point, St. Clair on the defense in the second half denied, I think it was 3 plants in a row. That's 2 gun rounds that came out of South Puget Sound. And so St. Clair are very experienced here. There's a reason, again, that they are the top dogs. I think that's going to continue. For South Puget Sound, I want to see variations in their aggression. If they're on the attack to start, I want to see variations. This means either fast rushing at points, you know, taking that gamble because your baits of just trying to get a util out is not working. St. Clair are a little bit too, I want to say, experience to fall for that stuff. So you got to go a little bit further out. You have to take the gamble. A 70-30 chance is not going to just fall in your lap. You have to make it happen.
Absolutely. You need to be a difference maker in this set. But speaking of difference makers, we're going to be seeing Endeavor locking in the Jet this early. So a bit of a difference for them there. Playing a completely different class of characters. Will be a duelist as opposed to the usual chamber that we see out of them. And look at JRC is going to be hovering chamber so that they will be the sole sentinel from St. Clair's side. Now on the other side of things, not seeing a lot of switches up. You know, XMJ and Duper are still going to be on their respective characters. Big Guns too going to be on the chamber. But Rye and Sheep are switching off. Rye will be on the Sova as opposed to the Fade, and then you got Sheep on the other side of things who will be sticking out with the Viper and not going to be going for the Astra here. So everyone else is locking in. Soup is going to be on a duelist this time around as well. Going to be playing a bit of Reyna action here. So this is going to be a very, very fun one to watch. Obviously, you know, Icebox, not a map I get the pleasure of commentating for Esports U very often. So I'm very interested to see how this one goes, but it can be a very volatile map depending on which site you're focusing on the most.
And that just comes from, you know, the difference in how the map is made itself, right? The verticality has always been talked about. It's been a main talking point of Icebox for forever. And the main question, of course, is who does it favor, right? Who is it going to favor? Is it going to favor St. Clair or is it going to favor South Puget Sound? And I have to say, I feel like it's going to favor St. Clair College. Reason being is St. Clair have been so good about winning those early gun duels, right? We talked about the chambers before. It was Endeavor and Big Guns before. Yes, they're very annoying. Yes, they're very fun to watch. And Big Guns is right back and now facing off against JRC. But outside of that, it feels like St. Clair have an overwhelming advantage when it comes to those individual gun duels, or even in the 1v2s. So the upper levels and the lower level differences, I think St. Clair are going to have a fantastic time here on the defense.
Yeah, well, like you said, they will be starting off on the defensive side of things, and it's going to be South Puget Sound who will be on offense, or attacking yet again. You do see Endeavor push up very, very far with one of those Deagles. No one has cleared it yet, though, and they're not looking around. Oh, but there's a 5-man stack that is going to be right there to pick them up. So will be SCC down a man very early already.
Oh, just trigger discipline was not there at all, and that feels kind of bad. But right now, the trades back and forth are still going to land everyone in a little bit of a pickle. 3v3 here as the plant does go down. It will be on SPSCC, who are going to hide out 2 actually straight on the spike, which is not as spread out as I expected, but JRC is going to pick up Duper and going to finish off another. So it's a clean 3 pick-off by 2 members. JRC and Soup clean it up, and SCC go ahead and claim the first round.
I love that pin, by the way. You had 3 different people coming from 3 different areas, and you know, taking a step back was the last man standing for South Puget Sound. But again, you know, you had someone coming on the flank as well. And that is something that we've been seeing SCC do quite a lot on defense. They've been sending a duelist deep to try to go pick somebody off in the back line, a.k.a. ratting. And they've been doing a very good job of that.
Oh, man. I love the fact that if you run away as a single player, you are ratting. But if you're chasing forward as a single player, it's lurking, right? It's just... it's very fun, but both words denote very rude, you know, positions for the team. However, for the team, it means a lot, right? Hybrid lurking in front, annihilate for giving, yeah!
Blows up that entire push. The 1-man stand from the top player. on. Oh, dude, St. Clair, they have picked up a good one in Hybrid. 6-0 on the day. A 5-man ace right there. No help from any teammates. He doesn't need it.
Oh my god. That was ridiculous. And it wasn't a spray transfer either. It's not like you hold down and just full auto. It was precision. That's the best part. Hybrid is 1 away from ulti right now. 1 away from a Viper spit that will cut off a single sight. That hurts so much to see so early on.
Some ratting. Soup is actually going to get picked up by that, but actually just going to fade right past everyone else. No, don't knife. Do not knife. Please don't knife them.
No!
Okay,
Oh my
your
god.
shots, though. Okay,
Oh!
My goodness me. And those are some guns picked up, too. Consistently upgrading. Big Guns has their operator yet again. Hasn't found anybody yet.
Oh, and this is... Oh, okay. Big Gun said, hey, hear me out real quick.
All right. Finally, South Puget Sound waking up a little bit.
We need a bit more than just that. Gub is able to find one. Is going to fall to Cheap, but that's going to be the operator taken out. Rye now swinging around. Cheap on 16. St. Clair 3v2 here and on a cusp of grabbing a third round here at the start. This could be a huge swing for them if they're able to close this round out, and it's SPSCC. They're going to try and get the plant. They are going to land the plant, so a little bit of money back. But again, that Marshall doing a little bit of work. Oh, Endeavor able to find it, and Hybrid finishes. So, oh man.
Oh my gosh! Wait, that Molly was so very close to being like incredibly bad.
I like how we were just watching it. Like, was it?
Like, wait, are you gonna step in that? He did not step in that. Oh, okay,
well, that
okay.
was his own, right? That was his own.
No, that wasn't. That was Big Guns, right?
No, Big Guns is Chamber. What are you talking about?
His own? Oh, his own. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Endeavor going to pick up the operator. I was like, he didn't get
oh no. I was talking about Poison.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
So
we are casters. We are professionals. Yes.
No. We are. I'm just not very intelligent. don't bring yourself down to my level, brother. By the way, you were talking about it a bit before, but Hybrid does have they have ulti, and has not been killed a single time yet.
Jeez.
So they're doing okay, I guess.
Yeah, it's only okay.
I don't want to say full ride worthy, but he's up there.
Yeah, partial. We'll give him partial right now, and unless he goes full 3.0 the entire way, 3.0 KDA, like we aren't gonna give. Well, at this point, you're actually over that. It's more 3 kills per round is what I want to see, just for funsies. But SEC, they are gonna find a kill to kick things off. It is gonna turn to a 4v4, but the poisons on either side locking out SPSCC on one of the harder rushes. And again, for them, they were hoping to chase through. They have the double marshals, so sticking it out isn't going to be the worst thing in the world. But of course, Hybrid's just having a blast, and then the transfer. That's 2. Give it a third. Nope, Cheap said not today, and it's a 2v2.
Okay, hang on. And Rye is going to upgrade a little bit. There is the ulti coming in from Cheap, actually. Did not get his before Hybrid did, but still going to be with the first one to pull the trigger on it. Cheap isn't playing... Well, sorry, Cheap is playing for their ult, but... it doesn't look like Rye is doing the same thing. Okay, now it's still going to retreat back in. Have a drone. Okay, hang on. Take the shot. Okay, no, has to get out of there because of the Molly.
Yeah, this is
trying to do anything. Okay, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so despite the massive eco advantage, David will triumph over Goliath in this one. And it will be South Puget Sound Community College finally on the board.
And I feel that was because Cheap was able to relay that ultimate very, very well. If you were to just look at it from a standpoint of the weaponry, no, not a chance, right? But because that Viper Spit forced multiple members of SEC to kind of funnel into it, the 2v2 turned into just 2 players hunting people inside of the Viper Spit. So very well done. SPSCC, they fight back in a thrifty and give themselves a major ups here and fighting back here in the first half. And then Endeavor shut me down and shut me up.
Well, guys, I wouldn't push B if I were you. It looks like they are going to be heeding my advice. They might be stream sniping us, you know, but actually we're on
What are we, like 4.5 minutes behind or
yeah,
something?
Yeah, no, don't worry, chat. I didn't mean to start a controversy. They're fine. All right, but hey, everything's being held down super well. A little bit of a gunfight is going to be
Oh,
fun.
duper.
Yeah, but then again, a lot of damage being accrued onto the Viper. So I think Soup did their job there. It's an even game. One pick up from Endeavor. You need to get out of there. Okay, he's going to do the trick. Here comes the no command coming in. Big Gun's going to pick up JRC. Endeavor is going to pick up Duper. Looking for someone up a little bit too high.
Here.
Will not break because they're kind of messed up. Oh, Endeavor's going to get Big Guns again. Looks for the flick, but will not get it, and Rye is going to stand tall. They're going to go for the res. I like it. The Hybrid's going to pick him off. Yeah, and man, a 4K from Endeavor. Hybrid is going to be the closer for that one. Gub and my man Hybrid, by the way, they are an incredible pair. They are very, very good at having each other's backs, particularly in those situations where they need to close. And more often than not, they succeed.
I'm currently terrified, is the best way I put it, right? I called it at the beginning. I said St. Clair on this offensive side, the height differences are going to afford St. Clair a bit better time. And yes, it hasn't been as noticeable as we haven't seen too much mid action from the side of SPSCC. The one time they tried it, they got ace, so it's understandable. But St. Clair are still very much at the forefront, right? That one thrifty round phase them at all. They're right back in the driver's seat. They're right back in just constant pressure mode. And everywhere SPSCC are currently looking, they are terrified that one of their heads will roll.
Well, I mean, a lot of heads been rolling today so far on this SPSCC team. However, they're doing a decent job of keeping pace. You know, they're never far out of the game. They're always within striking distance. Gub right now trying to find any bit of intel he can, but not going to get any. JRC XMJ is going to get picked up. JRCC is going to be out of this round. Cheap's going to pick one up on Gub as well. Now you just got to get rid of Hybrid, who's currently hanging out in their enemy smoke, actually. Already down to 50. If they get peeked right now, they're in trouble. Rye is right there, and yep, that's what I'm saying. Hybrid is going to get picked up. Rye doing a very good job for his team. Soup with a hard swing is going to get picked up by Cheap. The plant is coming in. Endeavor with an operator. Probably going to save. No, it's going to pick up Duper early. They took out 4 last time. They might be able to do it again, but no. Big Guns hanging out around the corner. A mad dash to get this operator. Are they going to get it? They do. Okay.
Gotta grab it. But
mine! It's mine!
Overall, though, very well done by SPSCC. Huge thing, they got kills and then pushed those kills, right? They didn't stall out like we saw them do in map number 1, where they got a kill and then faded back, got ready for another fight. It was, we got a frag, push up, get in their face when they lose a member, and that's what afforded them such a large territory win. Very nicely done. St. Clair, it's one round. You still have plenty of money to buy, and they're going to try and do it again. SPSCC, if they can do this one more time, that's going to be great. And especially since right now in the default, they're looking mid once again. SPSCC branching out from those initial site runs.
Well, nice shot, JRC. You just wasted 150 creds. Okay, never mind. He's looking for
300.
300. All right, man. Hey, I know you're French, but I don't know if you got it like that, brother.
Let's see. Is it going to be 450?
450.
450!
Sorry to count on JRC. JRC's doing a good job of putting direct pressure on the team. So those shots, they were not wasted as we're making it sound right now, but did whip a little bit on those. And that is some instrumental util you do not want to waste, because essentially you're just buying fractions of a gun. Except you don't have a lot of ammo to utilize. But Big Guns right now with that operator, they are going to miss a little bit of height right now.
Ooh. And right now, SPSCC getting a little bit of a rush here onto SCC's A site. And it's a big chance. Big Guns and Sheep. In comes the Hunter's Fury. What in the world? SPSCC come out of nowhere with some absolute fire for this 7th round.
They didn't have a timeout or anything. They just decided, okay, well, I'm going to wake up. Oh, Big Guns is going to get rid of JRC with a jump in. That is shades of last round when Endeavor did that to Big Guns. And they did it right back to the opposing chamber. It might not be Endeavor, but it is still somebody different. Man. Okay, here comes the timeout coming in from St. Clair. But wow, what a tempo change coming in from South. Puget Sound, man.
And that makes me so happy. I did say they had to vary things up, right? I said it. I need to see them be able to vary pace at their own call, not because of a timeout, because timeout, if you take a timeout, it kind of dictates that something's going to change. They did it on the fly, and I think that's what kind of caught SCC a little bit off guard. A nice run of 2 rounds has brought them back within 1. And this time, SCC are on their last purchase. You can see the 3 ultimates, so they're most likely contemplating how are we going to utilize these ultis? How are we going to bring it back in our own favor? And they're actually buying. So taking a look at the econ, they don't have enough to full buy. You have a rifle in hand by JRC, but I don't think you want to do that for everyone. So a little bit of a rough time, but SPSCC did so well that previous round to gain the flow in their own favor.
Well, JRC has ulti, so are you sure you really want to expend all those credits on your Vandal and armor when you could just buy armor and try to save up for next round? I mean, it looks like a couple of hero buys are going to be coming in from the full team. Looks like they want to make good on those these options they have in the alt economy game right now, but doesn't seem like they want to go down so easily. And already the alt game or the economy game is going to be coming out, but Endeavor is going to be going for some mild ratting at the moment. Is it going to pick up on Duper?
Ooh.
All right, this aggressive push for both duelists coming in. XMJ is going to finally stick that one out, and his hybrid going down. Right now, XMJ is pinned. Does not realize that there are people around the corner, but okay, his team is going to break up with him. And that's the thing that's really given SPSCC a little bit more tempo here, Orbital. They haven't been losing these initial gunfights, and if they have been, they've been able to trade pretty immediately. However, Gub is going to pick that one up onto Rye. But Rye was still able to get a little bit of damage done, so a bit more of a defensive play on the attacker side of things, but a plant coming in from big guns. So they do have that pickup, and they are flanked by their teammate. XMJ is going to be hanging out mid. However, no one is flanking this time, so it looks like they might be doing some mild lurking themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's appropriate, right? It's a little bit more thrifty, so it's a little bit just straightforward, and because of that,
nice
XMJ
trigger discipline.
Beautiful item. That's a huge one to have. And Gub now just trying to flank out. Yes, you find tags, but it's not going to be enough. XMJ finishes off. JRC looking for the big guns and is able to find it, but into 1v2, and everyone's so spread out. It's given SPSCC vibes of tying things up, and it feels great. So well done. It's an ace for XMJ. All right, bring it on home.
Right out of the timeout as well, by the way, folks. They had a strategy. They sent their 2 lurkers deep, and you know what? SCC did get the first kill, but man, what a way to rebound. And it was XMJ coming in from mid there. A perfect amount of patience, waiting for the push to actually happen before they struck. And man, they got the ace right back. They got aced in their second round here. But in round 8, they were able to return the favor, and XMJ currently sitting atop the leaderboard on his team. Excellent state of affairs for SPSCC.
And for XMJ, that meant so much more as well, right? Because remember, it was a second round ace, as you said, for SCC. That was without guns, really. This one, SPSCC, really was flanking, finding those weaknesses in that armor. So very, very well done. Now taking a look, it's a dupe over to B. And it is SCC that guessed wrong. So all on JRC. Can you hold it down as a solo until your team can make it over? Oh, that shot. I don't think it killed. It did a little bit of damage, and it gives time Gub able to pull the flank.
I mean, he didn't see it, but
no!
What a guess! What a guess! JRC is going to pick one up on Chief. No controller on this site. The retake is going to be that much easier as a coincidence, man. Endeavor's going to pick that one up. Duper trying to go for a kill. Will not get it, but the diffusion is happening as we speak. Just don't push too hard. Is going to pick that one up as well. But the defenders are still going to eke that one out. And the lead has been taken back yet again. Endeavor now with an operator. But man, just barely out of it was SPSCC.
That one was definitely not how SCC wanted it to go, right? That was a chance. Huge play by JRC to be able to get a single frag. I think that was actually 2, 1 through the smoke. The fact that they had to scramble and could not find that final kill means that SCC are livening up a little bit. They're saying, okay, we know something's changed with SPSCC. We're trying to adjust right now. And it's going to be SPSCC that are chancing again on this ace site, but this time Gub is more than ready for it.
Yep, and we're not able to get a trade, so the numbers advantage is St. Clair's yet again. However, Duper, with that ult, the null command is going to be able to pick that one up. Util is shut down on site, as well as getting a bit of a combat stim for himself. And the trade is going to happen, just not immediately. Here comes the drone. It's going to come out. There's the Molly. KO gets marked.
Duper.
Ooh. Gub now with help. Hybrid. Gub and Hybrid, my favorite combo in the collegiate scene today. Site is very fully secured in favor of St. Clair, but JRC is going to get picked up. Gub is going to trade. It is all down to a single controller. Hybrid is going to get picked up.
Oh my gosh.
It's a 1v1 right now. Gub is the last man standing for the St. Clair unit, has 8 health, does not have time. Chief is going to win the round despite the fact that they got picked up there. A Pyrrhic victory coming in for SPSCC.
You know what? You know what? Just no one wins. No one gets to win. Everyone goes home empty. Except for the attackers, right? No guns carried over. Absolutely no util left at the end. And SCC being forced to the brink here, and we're seeing it, SPSCC getting a bit more confident, being willing to move forward in some of these fights where they don't have that amazing intel, right? They're willing to try and take some of those chances, and it's doing wonders for them. This is much closer than expected here. The fact that we have a chance at a 7-5 or a 6-6 lends itself to SCC having to change things up, and there it is, Big Guns now having the chance to get an opening frag.
Duper is going to seal that one out as well. Hybrid is down. No controllers coming in. Duper at 8 health. Cheap right now. Going to be going on site as well. Going to swap out Vandals. Just saw a skin they liked better. You know, that's the important thing here. Rye's going to pick up Soup. Big Gun's going to pick up Gub. And it is all down to a lone JRC. The classic. Not going to be able to pick up Big Guns in time. And that's a 3K for them. And SPSCC has a lead for the first time this map. And not a moment too soon.
I don't even think oh no, they were leading back in game 2 or game 1. Wow, this is game 2.
Yeah, just barely in for a fleeting moment. It was actually during those gun rounds or those pistol rounds, but they've been doing a very good job of keeping pace with St. Clair. They got kind of rolled over in those first couple of rounds, but they've played very, very admirably ever since round 3 happened.
And it speaks volumes to their team and their mental strength. I find it really impressive. And now Soup is going to try and go on a tear of their own, just tie things up at 6-6. Very early push. You have the gun in hand, and you should heal the members. So give it a shot. Cheap, though. Can you get it?
Cheap knows Soup's in there. Gonna fade around the corner. And you know what? Just gonna say, no, I don't need to peek now. I don't need to peek now. I'm gonna retreat and go help my team. Viper's Pit on A, courtesy of Hybrid. It's going to make it a lot more difficult to contest this site. There is no ulti on the side of Rye. However, there is one on the side of Gub. So they can throw that out if they feel the need. And again, that Gub and Hybrid pair currently playing in the Viper's Pit right now. But Cheap right now, waiting for Endeavor. Probably heard them. Endeavor is going to be trying to peek around this corner, but it will see the shoulder. And Endeavor is going to win this one. The rotation back around to B. Soup is going to get picked up. It is a 3v3, folks.
And those are such key frags. Take a look at the difference in position, right? One on site, Endeavor popping the Blade Storm. Of course, it is the last round, but just going for that all in. The right click is going to be so important. But take a look. Big Gun said, my ult's better. A nasty shot, but the Hunter's Fury is going to lock him out. Remember, they are low from the earlier chances, and you have to swap to the gun. Gub can't finish off that final shot, and it is one. SPSCC take their 7th round.
My gun's bigger than yours. And already with an emphatic victory, SPSCC firmly in the lead. That works. But you know what time it is, Orbital? It is time for some patented St. Clair offense.
Oh, man.
And ain't no one do it better. Ain't no one more creative when they are dictating the tempo than these guys. The strategy, though, is the same as when they're on defense. Get an early frag, and then just let yourself wash over your opponents like a wave. But man, this is a different South Puget Sound unit who are going against them right now.
Yep. It's a much more malleable squad, I think, is something that we can say, right? They're more willing to adapt to what's going on, and they did it in their attack, but let's see if they can do it on their defense as well. Huge thing is, again, those gun duels not exactly going the way of SCC at the start. They're not finding these kills as easily, whether someone's rattled or not, but they are going to chase in. Endeavor very much up in everyone's face. You get a swing of one, and it's going to be a trade back and forth, but Gov finds one more. XMJ is going to get a util frag, but Hybrid is going to lock it up. 3v2 here as XMJ is lost in the back end, cannot enter the site just yet. St. Clair get a very quick push onto the site to kick things off.
And we're very used to seeing SPSCC win these pistol rounds. You know, it's all down to cheap at the moment. They are not going to be opting to pick up that Ghost. Hybrid's going to get picked up right there. So there is a chance. Gub is only 2 shots. Okay, what's the option here? What's the move? And yep, it will be JRC, perfectly ready to pick up cheap in those heavily damaging shots. So,
yep.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Orbital. But
No. We're both just very excited about this game because it's getting down to the wire here in game 2.
I said it before. You know, I saw glimmers of Bind being a bit of a dogfight. You know, and it was always SPSCC in striking distance. But right now, they are very, very hungry to win this one, the whole thing.
And I love it. I love it. Again, never really counting yourself out or really not stopping in terms of trying to believe in yourself. And right now, this is going to be a big chance for them. They are grouped up here on B. And the rendezvous being pulled on the side of SPSCC. St. Clair have free reign of this B's site.
Oh, wait. We've seen this before. The Sound Gambit coming in. Where they are completely full send rotating from the back, trying to get a numbers advantage because they know they don't have a really good spread.
Oh my
Endeavor
gosh.
gonna pick a couple up, gets 3, and Soup is gonna even that one out. That Gambit has not worked a single time for them yet, but I do love that they keep trying it.
Yes, I like it. The problem is you gave some ulti charges to some very, very strong duelists, right? So take a look at this. Endeavor just hard spraying, finds the third behind here as well, and then the long range pickoff. That's 3 to a Jet, right? 3 frags to a Jet, 1 to Soup of all things, to that Reyna, who Soup has had a little bit of a struggle so far, but should feel a little bit better. These ulti charges are stacking up very quickly for the side of SCC, and I wouldn't be surprised here if they dog it again, because, again, they won 3 in a row last time. They're going to look to do the same again.
Yeah. I will say pushes like that might be good whenever there aren't guns like Spectres out that don't really have to worry about bullet spread that much whenever you continuously fire. However, it's going to be a lot more difficult going forward because there are rifles trying to go against these SMGs. XMJ is going to get picked up there by Endeavor, but not before picking up JRC. Endeavor's going to get picked up by Chief. Hybrid is going to get rid of Rye. It is just down to Hybrid. Duper will be sealing the deal on that one. 3 players left alive in favor of SPSCC, still holding on to their lead.
And I will say that was a very, very nice round. Again, you don't give any extra money over to SCC, so SPSCC, really, really happy about that one. And I want to see their spread again, because last time they kind of doubled up here, but it is going to be a 4-1 or 3-1-1 with a hard push on the B side. And that's kind of crazy. So St. Clair is saying, no, we're just going to hard stack A again, play to our own aggressive formation. And we're not going to stop. So guns in hand now. Let's see if they can make a difference here. We know what SCC can do with guns in hand. But, I mean, are their fingers ready for it? Are they ready for this very straightforward play?
Rye. I do like the play from Rye, but it's unorthodox. I'll say that for Rye. Okay, just fade away. Bye. It's going to get picked up by the drone. Was not privy to it. XMJ there with a shorty. Going to try to go for some pickups, but will not get it. Soup and Hybrid falling over their opponent like a wave. Mowing those people down. And it is just down to Duper and Big Guns.
We know what Big Guns can do, but that's it's a little different story sometimes. Oh, Duper said, I can dupe you, though. Finds Hybrid looking the wrong way. And Big Guns wrapping around, just walking. Oh,
well, Soup is going to see him now. Going to try to get a hit through the wall, but Endeavor and Soup, yet again, picking up these kills at a moment's notice. is 8-8. Neither team's favor right now. If you want to take a look at economy, well, it is quite obviously very, very favorable for this SCC unit. As we see the full buys come out yet again from SPSCC. But a lot of money left in the tank for them. 650 the highest, and it is held by 2 players. However, not a lot else from anyone else.
It's they're scraping the bottom of the barrel here. Now keep eyes on Cheap. We've seen the Viper Spit used multiple times just to ward off a single site, but right now it doesn't matter because Rye gets an opening frag on Endeavor, and that is very important. Remember, Endeavor has been such a pivotal player, so Clair gonna have to work without, and Rye gets a second swing. The kitchen man himself, Rye said, "Get out of here! I'm cooking up a storm." Big Guns is gonna find Gub, and of all times for them to be able to frag out on their own, St. Clair find themselves with nothing. A flawless out of nowhere.
Ooh, baby! I was talking about how unfavorable the money game was. Well, if there is one way to topple an empire, it is with a little bit of a revolution coming in. SPSCC still holding that lead, and also grabbing themselves the big bucks as well.
I just can't believe it. I can't believe that came about as quickly. Normally we see the flawless in a situation where, hey, you know, one team is kind of hurting on guns, but that puts a huge damper on St. Clair, right? They did not get a single kill. They didn't get anything, so they're also going to be stalled out in terms of the Sova and the Chamber. They're rocking with the Blade Storm, though, so they're going to give it their best shot. Cheap takes a little bit of damage. Endeavor still looking for the knives through everything here. Viper's Pit, it's so hard to see through, so St. Clair going to have to walk through the fire and the flames.
Well, listen. The best thing about those knives is that you could very, very easily just fly over people's heads. There's no, movement accuracy drop with those knives. You want to know what the best ult in the game to counteract that is, other than the no command, obviously? It's very obviously going to be that Viper's Pit, which has a lot of aerial coverage for most of those players. So it's going to be very difficult for any aerial attacks to come in, but XMJ is going to pick up Hybrid. Endeavor is going to be pushing around towards B site. Still has knives, by the way. This Viper's Pit did a really good job of spooking the SCC unit.
Yeah, the fact that they actually fell back as a team that generally just doesn't stop pushing one way, the fact that they conceded that A site brings a lot of hope to SPSCC. Now the question is, can this fight work in their favor, though? As Cheap is taken out and Soup is going to be given a chance, you are healing up. The decay is gone. And you're back up. Hash shields and more. Big Guns, though, says Endeavor, you can't fight here, so they're going to try and flip it around. 3v4. SCC double back again to this other side, but Rye senses someone on the other side. I think he saw a little gun poke through.
Yeah, you did.
Back away.
But...
No.
Oh,
poor timing. JRC. Oh, man, you lost your time.
Big Guns is on it. Big Guns is on it, too. Big Guns saw. Oh no!
Oh, it's...
Didn't pay attention to the blind spot.
Oh my god!
JRC is gonna make it work with the help of their team. A couple of headhunter shots, the likes of which we haven't seen between both maps. XMJ doing their best to stay alive here, and will get picked up by the shock arrow, or the thrifty comes in from SCC. That dude, they should have just hard committed to the lurker. They had to. That was the best option they had, but they just didn't. And man, it was the lurker that got rid of them when it mattered the most. I don't want to say it was luck from JRC, but you did kind of get bailed out by Soup picking up that one.
Oh, 100%. 100%. And that's the thing. Everyone knows there are some lucky moments in games. That is undeniable, right? But the fact of the matter is what do you do with that lucky moment? Going back to it, are you going to make the most of that moment? And they did, right? St. Clair saw a lucky moment. They said, phew, let's make it work. And they do. 3-round victory to them. They tied up 9-9. And now they get to try and run the gauntlet. But again, the Chamber Ultimate is online for SPSCC. And they are stacked much heavier on this side. So SCC all 5, 3 for SPSCC. Let's see what they can do.
All right. And here comes the ulti. Endeavor is going to be flying up over top of it. Back around, XMJ is going to pick up 2, but Endeavor's going to trade out. XMJ and Rye is full blinded. Is going to retreat back to the flanks of their teammates. Endeavor right now smoking up everything.
Jeez.
Duper is going to fall. It looks very much like the lead might be shifting right back to SCC. It's all down to Big Guns and his big gun.
Well, he's about to
takes
lose
him
his
up.
big gun, but
That's
says
one.
no. Soup. You spilled the soup. It feels so bad. Can you
Gotta
find
pick up
another?
two.
Yes, you do. Oh my gosh, can you get
Oh,
one more? You
Cecil,
go up.
he's
You
gonna pick
find
him up.
it.
Big guns.
Big guns.
Back against the wall, and he stands tall. If there's one man to do it, it is him.
I can't believe that happened. Oh my god. Yeah, get that clutch going. Oh my god, just watch this back. Just watch this back. The snap number 1 here. Great body shot. And then the follow through to pick up a Vandal and say, look at that corner. A sliver. A single sliver. And then up on these rungs. I cannot believe that Big Guns was able to find that. Those are 3 immaculate kills.
And you know what it was too? He was in the process of moving up on the rope as the first shot came out from Endeavor. It hit him in the torso when it was really intended for his head. He just moved very slightly at that last minute, and that's that little micro positioning difference that actually gave him the edge there. Well, we do see an ult being popped. It will be a chamber ult coming in, but we have 2 lurkers coming in. However, an early shot is going to, discourage a push forward, and they are going to worry about their flanks a little bit more. I don't know if they did that intentionally, maybe a little bit of lack of trigger discipline, but it looks like Duper as well as XMJ are going to be looping back around. But man, can I talk about how XMJ's really showed up this game? Ever since the ace, they have been electric right now in giving their team a lot of good opportunities to come back and win.
Yeah, and XMJ was also a top fragger back in game 1 as well, right? There were, for the team, it was 3 players at 14 frags apiece. So it is still very much a strong player, and Sheep is also trying to follow up in that regard. St. Clair a little bit slow to get on this point, on this site, and it's given an opportunity for SPSCC to roundabout find choices of their own. South Puget, they go ahead and try their best. XMJ gets another kill frag. That is huge.
That's a true trade. Dub right now trying to take shots, but Rye is going to pick it up first. Hybrid is going to get one on Sheep, but he will get picked up by Duper. Is JRC with their ult. The sole man standing, and they haven't planted yet. So it does look like SPSCC will be backing off on this one. Okay, he's got to plant this one. Doesn't have a lot of time. But they will allow him to do so, and it will be Duper picking that one up while he's distracted by that arrow. Duper going to put half. Oh, Duper's going to go for the full thing, I think.
Yeah. Why not? Why not? Just grab some of the extra util ultimate charges there. But we got to talk about this, right? SPSCC have been so dominant in some of these rounds, and it's thrown SCC completely off the game. St. Clair look a little bit lost going into their attack. And I've been trying to wrap my head around it. Where did this go wrong? And it does just feel like SPSCC came out of the gate swinging on this defensive round. And it's led to this, right? 11-9 in favor of South Puget. And it's not going to stop at all. This is going to be SCC's, I believe, last full or an attempt at a gun round. And it's a broken bye at that. Well, this has to feel bad.
Yeah, it does a little bit. But, hey, man, these Clippers, they don't call them that for nothing. They are farming for those highlight reels. And it will be Big Guns with an aggressive push. That will not be possible in a few weeks, folks. But it is possible now. And, making the best of it will be Big Gun. There's a plant coming in very early. Hybrid will get that thing down with some help from that Viper wall. It is going to have to go down in a moment, and it will be in just about a few seconds. There it goes. Endeavor is going to get hit by the recon dart. It is a 4v5, however, the plant is down, so tempo is very much in favor of this St. Clair unit. They're going to be hanging out around yellow. They're going to be going around the full side. Sheep is defusing right now. Oh, but did they get to half? I think they just barely did. Big Guns is going to get picked up. And it is just down to Rye for SPSCC. The Molly is on site. I don't think they have time. They do not. They're just going to try to go for the swing, and they will not get Gub. Gub's going to crouch underneath their bullets, just like they're right out of the Matrix. And SCC is going to win a round. It is 10-11 right now. If SCC wins this next round, they will be tying this up. However, they have an opportunity to, actually, because the Clippers right now do not have a lot of money. And it looks like they're not going to be buying up too much.
Yeah, they're going to take their chances. So they had enough, taking a look, about, I want to say 3.4 is enough to cover your basic weapons and your util recharges and armor. They were all sitting at about 2.8 to 3k. So instead of buying up, they're going to go with the halvesies and say, if we lose this one, that's fine. We're tied. We can still push for that map point. And they're going to be okay with it. And Big Guns, again, even with just the Headhunter, looks so strong. And that's why you're still willing to push that hard. But here comes the chase.
Here it comes. Okay, Endeavor gonna shoot through the smokes again, get rid of Duper. That's another big pickup this early. Duper is instrumental in stopping these pushes. However, JRC is gonna get rid of Riot as well. Big Guns right now, looking for an opportunity to come in. Has his back to Hybrid, to his own chagrin. And XMJ with his Marshall, looking for any opportunity to get a pick here. Does see their opponent, and not gonna pick it up. And a flawless victory comes in for SCC. And you know what? They do have a lot of money here, but with those light buys, it looks like SPSCC is going to have enough saved up for a full buy of their own here. So we'll be even footing here. However, 2 ults in the back pocket of SCC. And on both of their duelists, no less.
Yeah. And that just means it's going to be a bit more aggressive push, right? It's not the Viper ult. It's not that the Hunter's Fury, right? So it's a bit more just... we can fight a little bit harder, and Endeavor is actually doing great even without the Blade Storm. So they're gonna hang on to those ultimates. They're gonna wait and use those in the dire situation next round. But around the corner they go, and Gub finds Rai.
That's so not good. However, he's gonna get picked up, but JRC is gonna pick up XMJ. 2 of the heaviest hitters are down for SPSCC's unit right now. Duper pushing up really hard. Just making sure nobody pushes up. 2 deep push right now onto A site as well. It is Soup and Hybrid flanked by Endeavor right now. We have another mid lurk from JRC. This worked out very well for them last time. Cheap is going to get 1 hit to them. Currently at 70 health. And they are going to pick up Hybrid. And that's a really instrumental pickup. But JRC right now, lurking around mid. Knows that Big Guns is down. Big Guns flicks, and he is going to get in. But he's going to get picked up by Soup. Even game. No command is on deck, though. And here it is. Duper. Gonna be helping his teammate push. Gonna be going for that knife. Has a couple flashes. Come on, you guys gotta push something now. Endeavor is not down yet.
Last second, Duper. Duper, can you do it? Flashes all the way out. You see one, but you give yourself away. You're spraying, you get one, you don't get the other. It's a round to St. Clair College as they are on series point.
Those 3 straight rounds are just what the doctor ordered for this team. Gonna need to be a skeleton crew coming in
that hurts.
for this SPSCC unit. This 7th seed had the 2nd seed routed. But that glass slipper might be about to break, brother. If I'm Big Guns... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to point out, Big Guns currently has a Vandal. I would almost toss that Vandal to Cheap and just use the... I think you were going to say that too, right?
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going with that, brother.
Oh my god. We're in tune with each other, you know, 2 heads. We're getting there.
A miscommunication is going to be costing them greatly. Here's the drone, and it is just going to TP away. I like the play. A very defensive play here from SPSCC. However, they're giving way too much room to the attackers. Gonna get a pickup as XMJ. They currently have the lead. Suplex for a trade is gonna get it. Will get picked up from the back though. But as will Cheap. Both controllers down for both teams.
And that was ridiculous.
And a Sentinel are all that is separating SCC from victory here.
And Endeavor getting away from that 2 at a force by a hair's breadth in Big Guns. I don't know if you want to flank around this side, but
don't do
it's
it.
gonna be
Don't
scary.
do it. Wait,
JRC,
he's putting pressure on them so they can get the diffusion. However, SCC had all eyes open on that one. Picked up 3 in the matter of seconds. And despite the coming storm from the sound, it will be the 2nd seed. St. Clair Saints with a 2-0 victory here. We're not going to be going to a map 3. And despite a very, very, very close set, I just got to give mad props to the sound for maintaining the lead after such a devastating early start. They were able to fight back into it, and they were able to have a lead for the majority of the game. Unfortunately, though, the Saints will not be denied a berth into semifinals.
It was so good. This is one of those series that you just say, man, if SPSCC had just a bit more time. If we went to that third game, I honestly think South Puget would have won. I'm not saying that just because, oh man, it's all crazy. It was a crazy game. You saw them progressively get better. That is something that you don't see very often in a series. Game 1, it was, hey, St. Clair running the show, really nice headshots, really nice gun rounds. Game 2, South Puget Sound came out of nowhere with a brand new style, didn't have to take a timeout, just change things up. Game 3, I feel they would have been in the zone. They needed that extra little bit of room, and they just weren't given it. St. Clair knew they had to buckle down now, or it was all over. So well done from both teams.
I don't know if you guys can see this, but my hand's shaking a little bit, dude. I felt that one, man. I really wanted to see the map 3 come out, but unfortunately for SPSCC and Clipper fans across the country, St. Clair Saints will be triumphing today. I do believe we will be getting a player interview in just a moment. However, folks, thank you so much for tuning in. It has been a really fun contest here in quarterfinals, but that is going to be doing us for gameplay. But stick around. We probably have someone very influential coming in from the St. Clair Saints unit. So we'll be back in a matter of moments, but hey, make sure you're staying hydrated, grab some water. We'll be back.
Taken down.
And in our top play from the last week of regular season play, it is a nail-biter last-second goal that will keep you guessing until the very end.
Leaves their own open. A little bit of high pass. You angle it in, but it's just off the top of the goalpost.
Goalpost coming in deep. Matrix able to find something here. The demolition comes through. 7 seconds left for a true game win, but in overtime feeling incredibly likely. But tied out of a wide open goal. No! No! Orbital, the waffle iron has been flipped, and Farmingdale finds themselves up 4-3. 2 seconds left on the clock. The only hope for Louisville to win this out is with a kickoff goal. They cannot make a single mistake, or they will.
And with that, I mean, what more do you guys want me to say? It was a crazy week to wrap things up, but it's really just been a crazy season overall with the addition of Division A and what I personally think is some of the most competitive action here in collegiate esports. I mean, what a season, and there's only much more to come. With the playoffs starting on April 4th, you guys can expect to see a lot more action that will continue all throughout the month, and that will wrap up on the week of April 25th. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date on all of that, make sure you follow us on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or follow us on Twitch at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays, matches will be lighting off at 8 p.m. Eastern. On Wednesdays, it is going to be the doubleheader of Rocket League and Overwatch at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys are tuned in. And as for me and the rest of the crew behind the scenes that works on not only just the production, but these highlight videos for you guys, we just want to say thank you for joining us for what has been another incredible season. And we look forward to so much more that we're going to bring you guys in the next school year, in the fall and the spring and beyond. We've got a lot of great things coming, so stick around, don't go anywhere. Come back right here to this channel, to this Twitter, to this Twitch, to this YouTube, wherever it is you see this. Stay tuned because even more is on the way. Thank you guys once again. I've been KTAD. It's been a wonderful season, and we'll see you next time.
First, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the Valorant Green team. I am a second semester sophomore at Farmingdale State College, and I'm 19 years old.
Okay, do you like Farmingdale so far?
Yeah, it's really great. The program I'm in is very specialized, and it's not offered that often in the East Coast, so it's pretty nice. I enjoy it.
And what's your major?
My major is aerospace professional pilot degree.
Oh, wow, that's really cool.
Thank you.
So, is this your first time on an esports team?
No, so I've been a part of the Valorant team for 2 semesters, and this is my third semester, and it's my first time ever being a captain.
Okay, oh, that's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like being a captain?
So a lot of times I'm organizing the team, making sure everyone is properly set for upcoming games, um, getting scrims for our team, and kind of just making sure everyone is there, present, and possible, and able to play the games that we're gonna, you know, be participating in. We're participating in 2 leagues this semester, so it's kind of hectic.
Oh gosh, yeah, definitely. I can see that. How is it different for you as a player versus as a captain? Do you feel a lot of responsibility?
I basically have the responsibility of choosing who, really plays, what type of characters everyone's playing, and what positions and roles we are all doing, as well as being there not only as a team member, but also being seen as in a leadership role and having that sort of respect there, and being able to delegate everyone's role in the team. So it's definitely a lot more different, and my voice is most definitely heard. So I like it. I like being a captain.
Yeah, that's really good. What games do you play, or what is your main game? I know you mentioned Valorant.
Right. So I play Valorant, but I started off with Counter-Strike, and I really always have been interested in FPSs. So that background has always been there. So my transfer onto Valorant was pretty easy.
That's cool. What have you done to improve yourself in game over time?
So one thing for my teams especially, I have open communication where we're able to really give our constructive criticism without taking offense. And me as a captain, especially being it being my first semester, I find it really important that everyone is able to come to me and communicate like, "Hey, Kate, I don't know how I feel about doing this," or "I want my voice to be heard about this specific thing." And just basically taking into consideration everyone's voice and having that open line of communication is really helpful, and that's something I find really important.
Okay. Do you carry that strategy into your everyday life as well, would you say?
Yeah, communication is really important to me, especially in aviation with crew members. You're always trying to communicate properly and efficiently to get the assigned goal completed, and that works in video games as well as in aviation. So I feel like it transfers very well, and I put my 100% effort in everything I do. I put 100% in the team, the leagues that we're participating in, communicating with opposing teams that we might be going against. All those things I take it really important and can transfer it very well into everyday life.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and just competing in general?
It's a lot of fun, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to participate. And this is something that every single member of our team has said. We've never had the opportunity to really compete in a fashion where it's not only fun, we're able to make friends, talk to other people from different schools. It's just an amazing opportunity and something we would love to participate in the future as well.
Yeah, we're really happy you feel that way. When your team is competing with other teams, are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of looks out for?
I think we all have the mentality of it doesn't matter who the other team is. We're gonna put 100% effort, and we're going to maintain our mental, even if the other team is full of radiance. It's not something we're gonna keep in mind because we will be able to beat them. Fingers crossed.
Definitely. Yeah, that's a really good mindset. As you probably know, March is Women's History Month, and you being a woman in esports, how do you think that has an effect on esports? What does it mean to you to be a woman in esports and as a captain? Just could you talk about that for a little bit?
Coming into being a woman in aviation, which is already really a niche type of thing, especially women in video games, things like that. It's just we're kind of the minority, and keeping that in mind, a lot of times you have to represent yourself properly because you are representing such a small community. So I feel proud and honored to be a part of the women's in aviation as well as being a woman in esports, and it's a lot of fun, and just understanding that us girls are here too and we're as good as everyone else, and that we have the opportunity to be a leader in esports, and that we're equal to everyone. It's really important to keep that in mind because we're here even though you might not see us too often.
I know you said as captain your voice is heard, but when you first started to be a captain, did everyone take you seriously being a girl? Was that respect there, or did you struggle with that?
So I would say initially when I first got on the team, I was put onto a support role, and everyone knows that women normally play healer when it comes to going into any game, and now I'm playing more of a controller based or sentinel, which is very crucial for holding down sites. So by playing that now and then having those semesters in my backpack of experience, everyone has treated me with respect, and uh, I would hope it stays that way. And either way, I demand respect because I reciprocate that respect to everyone else. So it's definitely difficult, especially for girls starting out. That toxicity is there, especially even now whenever I play a game without my team there. That toxicity is there just for being a girl. But as long as you don't have that mindset of them affecting you because you're better than them anyway, it's fine.
Definitely. Well, that's good. I'm happy that you're getting respect that you deserve, and that's awesome. And thank you so much again for your time, and I really appreciate it.
No problem. I just wanted to add that our esports team, our esports club,
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Esports U, where if you missed it, don't fret. We got the update for you guys here. SCC with a 2-0 victory over SPSCC in the playoffs. That was quarterfinals of the NJCAAE. And, we have the hero of game number 2 on the mic with us here for a hard-hitting interview. We got St. Clair University, St. Clair College's very own Endeavor. How are you feeling
Yes,
tonight,
sir.
brother?
I'm feeling pretty good. Shot a few heads, was all right. We practice maybe like once a month, but it's something light for the real SEC.
All right, man. Well, hey, top fragging for your team in game 2. What was your guys, mental? How were you guys able to bounce back from the deficit you guys were at going out of the half?
I'll tell you exactly how we bounced back. When we were in that 1v3 against the chamber, he wins it, and he shoots my body. And wise words of Michael Jordan, I took that personally. And just from there on out, it's over. It's over. I think he should switch agents. I don't know, but
oh man, I love it. I love it. So let's break it down a little bit. You guys came in as the second seed, slated as a team that is going to be running the bracket. I mean, it sounds like you got a lot of confidence. And does that come mainly from just your overall play? Because again, you did state that you don't practice as much, maybe, or you actually do. You know, who knows what goes on behind closed doors. What brings that confidence out? Is it the teammates? Is it individual skill? What really runs your team?
Of course, it's our team. Like I wouldn't get anywhere without my teammates. We all played together throughout the whole series. Everybody was popping off. It wasn't just me. But yeah, confidence always comes from my teammates. They always hype us up, and like no matter if it's this guy right here with a eco ace with a Spectre against 5 classics, or it's a clutch from one of the boys. It's always love and confidence around here.
Of course, and I mean we saw that in game number 1. You know, it was pretty stock standard. It was a 13. Let me roll back up. I think 13-7. So a pretty regular score. And then moving into game 2, it felt like things started to wane a bit. I mean what was going on there? Come on.
Like I said, I'm not gonna lie. Our roster for today's game was made 5 minutes before our match. So yeah, we went with wherever we can go, we will hit. And going A 14 rounds in a row wasn't working, so we went B and focused their chamber. And like I said, maybe it would be a different story if we just switched different agents, but it's all good. It was GG.
Yeah, and I think it was amazing. You guys pulled it out at the very end, and again, the confidence rolling through there. Taking a look here, are you excited for maybe some of the other teams? Because you're taking a look, I believe it is BSC Bobcats, VA, Valor, and Blue, the 5th seed in your division, going up against Suffolk Community College Sharks, the 1st seed in. Any of these other teams kind of sparking your interest after that pretty fun series?
To be honest, no, I'm not scared of anybody. I want smoke from everybody.
Ooh.
I don't expect to drop a game. If we do, then there's an issue. But, you know, job ain't finished. Job ain't finished.
Well, we have a very, very confident Endeavor. You know, the man who just top fragged in that game, and I really want to just highlight your strategy after a certain point was to focus on targeting down the opposing team's chamber.
Yo, yes, sir.
In what sense were you guys like, we can break this guy and come through? Like, why was that your strategy?
Well, we noticed that he just, confidence-wise, he would TP all the way back into his spawn after one guy would see him. So we thought taking the site from there on out was just easy. We just look at him, and then he'll like get scared like Casper and just leave the site. We had an open plant. And then from there on out, just round after round, win after win.
Well, you know, it certainly did its job, securing you guys the victory in map number 2. You know, you're going forward to the next round. You will be playing the number 3 seed of playoffs. It will be Westchester Community College. You have anyone you want to shout out for your victory tonight? Or, you know, do you have anything you want to say to your opponents going forward?
Yeah, for my boys, Soup, that's not here, and JRC, I wish they're here with me. I miss them every day. Some of them have been sick, so I just miss the camaraderie with the boys. I want to shout out my mom, my girlfriend, and Gub. This is my goat, and my manager / coach / player / smoker / everything.
Well, Endeavor, it has been an absolute joy to watch you play and a joy to interview you after your match. Congratulations on your victory. Go celebrate, not too much, but make sure you stay safe no matter what you do. And yeah, we appreciate you very much, brother. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. All right.
And to all of you folks hanging out at home, tuning into the stream, thank you guys so much. But don't go nowhere. We got a lot more action coming up tonight. I believe we do have another Valorant match coming up next. Okay, Endeavor's still on the mic. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but hey, you know, thank you guys again for tuning in. Orbital, I don't know if you have anything to say to the people at home, but this has been an absolute joy to commentate for you guys. And, you know, thank you so much for engaging in the chat in healthy manners, folks.
Yeah, healthy manners are, you know, someone might talk to you, but, you know, it's been fantastic. And NJCAAE seem, you know, taking a look here, brings a lot of fun to the field. These players, I mean, even just from that interview, just imagine there's at least 10 to 20 other players that are just like that hyped about the game as well. So I'm very, very excited for the rest of this playoffs.
Well, coming up next in the NJCAAE, it will be semifinals, but that is not happening tonight, unless I am sorely mistaken. We do have going through another conference coming up, but I'm not going to spoil the surprise. You'll see in a moment's notice. But for my good friend Orbital, as well as everyone else here at Esports U, I've been Laird. We appreciate you guys tuning in, spending the better part of your Thursday evening with us. Stay safe. Take care. We'll see you next time.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big.
That's so cute. UCF, and it's really cute. I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it. No, we got this. We got it. We got it. Go Knights. Charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Come on.
Let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird. Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows. We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me. The first clip is me saying, "Don't put that in," and then it was the first. Cut the cameras. Cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day one of the tournament, but instead we're gonna have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds, maybe. What was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm going to start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm going to go ahead and take that as a yes.
Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down.
What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they are up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilins. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content.
Hello, hello, hello. Happy New Year's, everyone, and welcome back to the ECAC Esports channel. As always, my name is Kyler Tando, and I once again have the privilege of introducing you all to some of the best collegiate esports plays. Now, I know when we left off last year, I teased a little bit about some big news on the horizon, but that news is finally ready to break. Now, this year, in partnership with CSMG and their newly launched Esports U network, we will now be able to bring you guys double the amount of ECAC matches. So, with double the matches comes double the highlights. And with that said, I mean, obviously, right, do the math here. It means that we get to take this series of videos to a weekly top 8 instead of just the top 4 like we did in the past. But anyways, that's enough out of me. I'm sure you guys are ready for some hype plays and crazy moments. So without further ado, here you go. In our season opening clip, we have Ghost and Nox with the devastating 1-2 combo that just breaks SLU at the knees. Or is it boosters?
Can't fall through. Nice bounce, but a nice goal! Right past the defender. Ox makes it look easy.
I'm so surprised because I couldn't.
At number 7, Rawfam pounds his chest and decrees that he is the strongest in the jungle with this sick 3K to flip the point.
The arms and keeps everyone alive through that. Amplification Matrix came through, but we didn't get the same benefit we saw last time with the Amplified Fire Strike. Instead is Angry Monkey time from a fan with a 3K. Call that the Primal Blade.
As our first Smash play of the year, it's the clean 9 stock from Hydra to lock down New Jersey City's 2-0 win against Husson.
As they go for that kill confirm again, it's not going to connect this time, but there it is, just waiting on the platform for the spike. NJCU cleaning up in their signature style, Hydra leading the charge all the way home.
Next up, it's every shorty player's dream, and what's going to be a nightmare for University at Albany.
Up close and personal. This is the one player who's got a chance with his read. How about timing here? So step forward now into the angle. Certainly good for one.
Yikes.
There's the one. No one's reswung. He's reloaded. This never happens to a shorty player. Nebula's up now as well.
In our next clip, who needs teammates when you've got a wall? Grim surely doesn't.
Snaps and passes. They tried their best, and that is an open goal. But unfortunately, out the top, it's going to be the header in. Tit for tat. Grim takes it in on their own.
Ooh, spicy little double tap right there. You saw him looking for it, but that's not an easy read.
Rounding out our top 3, it wouldn't be a highlight video without our first ace of the season. D. Duraco, this one's for you. Enjoy.
Cake out GSV.
Yeah, a great shot there. Oh, deep push coming for an ace. Rocco looking for one of their own. There's going to be a 4K already coming through. Now a 2v1. The hard rotate through. And the kill! Ace! Rocco picking up the ace early and securing a true single-player dominance.
In our runner-up spot, AZ Tropical has a bunch of things to do in this clip. The SD into... Well, he's got a lot. Just take a look.
But all right, 2 stocks to 6 for the Fanshawe team. Starting off strong, 45%, 54 uncontested. Let's see what Andy has to offer, because right now he's getting duffed by the Street Fighter.
Ooh, very good option coverage with those up tilts, but you're going to get jabbed once, and there's the uppercut right there, sent straight off the top. AZ Tropical now battling it out on Yoshi's story. It's looking kind of tough.
And as I was saying, if a character is going to start steamrolling, it's definitely a character with so much crazy zero death potential as we've seen in Kin, because wow, only 19% so far. And this isn't just any character, this is against Fire Mithra. Oh my god! Getting dared right in the face. AZ Tropical only 2 stocks away from tying this entire.
And in our #1 spot in the you hate to see it category, what's higher than a high noon? Well, Becomix has the answer.
Trade out Leo Leon here. However, Key Universe making important and inexorable progress. Leo Rafam taking a lot of damage, and it's Becomix finding 3 on the way down! Down goes Duck, and this is looking like an absolute rout for Keen University. Muskingum University just found lacking in points.
Man, after seeing all of that, doesn't that just make you want to say, wow? I mean, for me, I'm definitely speechless and so excited to continue bringing you guys these plays and all of this collegiate esports content. Now, if you want to check out more of the buzz on social media, definitely give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. Or, if you just want to check out the action live, be sure to tune in on our Twitch channel at ECAC_esports. With that said, I do want to give out a shout out to our partners at Esports U for not only helping to us expand our content, but really also to help bring all of you guys more of this great collegiate esports action. Now, thank you all so much for watching, and feel free to let me know, what types of matchups or moments you'd like to see next. As always, I've been KTAD, and I'll see you all later. Have a good one.
My name is Dusty. I'm 24 years old, and this is my first year at Bay State College and first year towards my bachelor's there. But I've been going to college for a few years now, or several years now.
Cool. What are you studying?
Right now, I am studying human resource management in
Nice.
business. Yeah.
Do you like Bay State so far?
Yes. Yeah. It's been pretty good so far. It's only been 1 quarter, but I like it so far. So.
Where are you from?
I'm from SoCal. I'm doing it remotely from Southern California.
So, what games do you play? What's your main game?
My main game is Smash Brothers, and that's what I compete in. So Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Okay, what character do you like?
Wii Fit Trainer is my main character.
So, how has it been being part of a collegiate team at Bay State? Have you been on a collegiate team before?
I've been on teams before. I don't know if I've been on a collegiate team before. I think this is my first collegiate team, but it is really nice, and the teammates are really supportive, and I've met some cool people, so that's nice. But I definitely do have experience like with teams, so it's nothing like super new, but it's always good to be in a team, have that support.
A fresh team. Yeah, that's cool. So, how long have you been playing Smash?
I've been playing Smash for about like 7-ish years now. Well, I've kind of played it since I was like really young, but like competitively, I've played it like 7 years. I played since the release of Smash 4, which was the previous Smash game, and now I've played into Ultimate, so quite a while.
What has been your proudest moment since playing Smash?
That's hard to say because I've honestly had a lot of good moments. It's just I feel like every other week or every other month I have a new moment where I'm like, wow, that's the best I've ever played, which feels good and makes it, I keep going for stuff like that. But every time I play a tournament set and it feels really good and I feel like I'm playing the best I've ever played, probably each of those consecutive moments. I just had a tournament a couple weekends ago in Las Vegas where I placed 9th out of nearly 400, I think, and I think that was one of the best I've ever played, and that felt really good. So that was a really big accomplishment for me.
So you would definitely say over the past 7 years, you said that you've grown a lot in the game?
Yeah, I think I've grown a lot in the game, and I think I've also grown a lot just as a person too. Just like competition in general, there's a lot of learning, and there's a lot of a lot of ways to approach it. I've learned how to teach other people as well because I do coaching as well, stuff like that. So I've learned a lot through Smash. Yeah.
How long have you been doing the coaching part?
Coaching, I've been doing maybe a year and a half ish, maybe almost 2 years. I'm actually not sure on the number. I think a year-ish, year and a half is probably closer to the right one. But yeah, that's been a lot of fun too. It's really interesting because it gives you a different perspective on the game, and not only are you helping other people, but you kind of help yourself in a way too because you can kind of see things from a different perspective, So
How would you describe yourself? Do you like competing more or playing for fun or
I'm definitely more of a competitor. Ever since I was young, like I remember playing like board games um with like friends or something. I think I was waiting for them to play, and I think some of them were playing like just like house rules or whatever, and I was like really really young, and it like made me upset. I'm like, you guys aren't playing it the right way or whatever. But like I've always been a competitor, but at the same time, like you have to have fun because if you're only a competitor and you're only competing and it's all seriousness, like it's there's like a limit to that. So like you have to have fun. So definitely both, but I definitely lean towards the competitive sides of things. So I like optimizing things and seeing the best thing you can do because it all started out with like uh it all started out with it just being fun because when I was younger, I played different games and I originally just played them for fun and I played them all the time, but I played them so often and I got so good at them to the point where uh, it just started to naturally lean into the competitive side of things. And I was so good to the point where I was like, oh, okay, what can I do to make myself like better and how can I see this as like something I can improve at? So it kind of made like a transition a little bit, but so it's both.
if you were to give someone advice who may be looking into joining an esports team but they're kind of on the fence, what would you tell them?
My advice would be to really like think over what they're looking for like in not only in the collegiate esports team but in school as well and like see like exactly does this line up with what they really want and just to figure out what they really want and if it's going to be a good decision from like a scholarly standpoint and from like a financial standpoint because there's a lot of things to consider. Like I thought it over a lot before I realized, okay, yes, this is a really good decision, I should go for this. So that's something that should be considered, and also like the time frame as well, because if you commit yourself to a collegiate team, it could potentially be a long time. um, so just consider it and think through like all your options, and don't ever make it like don't ever make a decision just off like an emotional reaction or anything like that. Just like think it through, I guess.
So for you personally, how many hours do you think you game a week?
That's a good question. It's actually way less than it used to be, but before I would be putting in probably several hours a day into Smash. About a year ago, I was like really, really grinding it and put a lot of effort into it. But lately, like my priorities have shifted just a little bit, just because there's other things I need to focus on. Like I started working again recently and stuff like that. So it's taken a little bit of a backseat, but it's always something I focus on. So like even though I'm not necessarily playing all the time right now, I still try to get at least 30 to 60 minutes in a day. But I've been really busy lately, so it hasn't been looking like that lately. But if I'm not doing that, then there's still other stuff that kind of goes into it. Like I do a lot of research on mentality stuff and like stuff like meditation and stuff. So if I'm not gaming or whatever, there's still other things that I feel like is going towards my improvement at the game.
Could you expand a little bit on like meditating and how that helps you?
Yeah, so with a game like Smash, it can be like really volatile, and one of the reasons why I pursued Smash is because, well, I've always liked it since a young age, but also it's always been like really challenging. Like Smash 4 came out, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start competing with Smash 4, and I started playing it. For whatever reason, when I started playing it, like I realized that I was getting like frustrated, like I was like kind of getting a little bit angry, and like I anger is something I don't really feel very often. So it was kind of like a challenge for me. I'm like, okay, this is really challenging. This game is really hard. I want to figure out how to do this. Like I want to challenge myself. And that was a lot of reason why I did that in Smash. Just like some other things like it can be comparable to kind of like chess and tennis in a way with like mentality aspects. And I used to play tennis in high school and I was never really like super good at it, but I was really into it whenever I was playing for some reason. And there was a lot of frustration in that too back in high school when I played. So it was figuring out how to manage that frustration and how to like get it under control and actually channel it into something useful, because one of my goals is always to be like I want to be like a calm and collected person when I play. I like even though I'm an emotional person, I can be an emotional person because I'm passionate and I care a lot about it. But that's kind of where the meditation comes in, because it lets you kind of be more like at one with yourself and your emotions and how you feel and stuff like that. And also just kind of eases your mind a bit, and it can really help in those situations. Like if you practice meditation and then you're in game and you're playing, and there's a situation where it's like super high tense situation, it can kind of give yourself the advantage, because you might be a lot more calm than your opponent if you do practice stuff like meditation. And it just has a bunch of other benefits as well, because with something like Smash, I try to be like the best I can be in game and like out of game. I think there's a lot of factors that go into it, and I feel like if I improve everything that I can to the best of my ability, then it gives me like the highest chances to win, like in the game.
I know you speak about frustration and anger, but what about nerves? Like, do you get nervous?
Every now and then I definitely do get a little bit nervous. A lot of the things, like a lot of the my nerves I kind of quell at this point, because I've been playing for like so long, where it's like if I go to a tournament and I sit down, it's just like it's just me in the game, like it's just me in the match, and that's the goal, and it's just trying to learn and just play what's in front of me, you know. But sometimes it does. There are a little bit of nerves, like for example in Vegas, because I'm not very often playing on like big stages. Sometimes it's smaller tournaments, and at Vegas it was a bigger stage and there was a lot more people watching, so it was a bit more of a unique situation that I wasn't always in, and there was a little bit of nerves there, although it was a bit under control. But um, I think I definitely have the nerves mostly under control. And if there's a new situation like the stage one, I feel like just having more experience with that kind of stuff kind of help quells it. And also it's just because there's also other methods too, like telling yourself like, uh, like self-affirming stuff, I'm this is what I do. I'm just gonna go up there and play the game and do my best. And telling yourself that kind of stuff helps with nerves a lot too. So.
As a coach, do you tell those things to the people that you're coaching as well when they're nervous?
Yeah, I try a lot to practice what I preach, and I do in my coaching. There's a lot of mentality coaching too, because uh, I feel like not a lot of I feel like it's a really interesting part of the game and just a part of life too. And I feel like it's not something people focus on a lot with coaching. I feel like a lot of coaching, they're focusing on technical aspects, in-game aspects. Like what can you do in this situation that can be better. But sometimes like mentality comes first, and they're not going to be able to make those steps and make those leaps without like making a change in their mentality first, or at least trying to make an improvement somewhere there. And there's a lot of different like perspectives for it, but yeah.
I really admire your mindset. That's really cool. A lot of the
Thank
gamers
you.
that I've talked to are like aggressive. It's
Thank you.
really cool to hear that. Switching gears a little bit, how do you feel about the CECC? What do you think about it? And do you think your team will go to Atlanta?
So far, I think it's been good. It's been fun, and I do think there's a very high chance we would go to Atlanta. With my mentality, like I was talking about before, sometimes I just go into it and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna do my best and I'm gonna play, and that's really what comes down to it. But I am really confident in our team's ability. I think we have a really good set of guys that put a lot of work into it. So I'm very confident that we would likely go to Atlanta. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Then I just go from there.
Well, those are all the questions I had. So, is there anything else that you want the world to know about you, or anything that you would like to end with?
I don't know, for anyone watching, like just try to find like a balance like in life, and try to find like who you are truly, and like follow that passion. Because just for like reference, I worked somewhere for 3 years, and then I felt like I wasn't being called to work there anymore, and like Smash was something I always cared about and always wanted to do. So I quit work, and with the money I had saved up, I pursued Smash for like a year and a half, and like that phase just kind of ended. And I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. Like I wasn't like making a lot of money through it, but it was something I was passionate about and something I wanted to do. And I'm really glad that I did it, and I hope that other people can consider like following their passions like that, but also with proceeding like with caution, doing what is available to them, and just finding like who they are and what makes them happy, I guess.
Thank you so much again for your time and doing this interview with me. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big
is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see that Train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. Right. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more eSport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that for now. We defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask Bob a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another. And that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective, let's move this forward. And the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do. And why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it are.
Hey guys, KTAD here. Now, I've been told I need to step in to create like a buffer zone between some of the other hosts so that the Valorant v Overwatch conflict may finally come to an end. But between you and me, guys, I don't think they both realize that League's kind of already won that war. So don't tell them anything. But anyways, you guys already know why we're here, and if not, well, then you're in luck, because we've got some of the best collegiate esports moments right here. Don't believe me? Well, that's okay, but here's your proof. Let's get into it. To start us off, we have the combo of Matt and Festive as they execute a brilliant mid-air handoff to close out Game 2 and tie up the series.
Here in regulation, can Festive and Matt do it? Matt's there, puts it in, and we do get the go-ahead goal. Is it going to be enough to end it here in reg?
25 seconds left right here. About 2 minutes since our last goal. 5th total in this one. Is this looking like moderately?
Feeling thirsty? Well, if you are, then Crollo's got what you need with these sick plays on Pac-Man.
He's not. Always guaranteed to stock, goes for the side special into that. That would have been an insane way to end it.
And now Crollo looking for the fire hydrant edge guard. Slam dunk right there. Is there able to finish them off?
At number 6, see if you can count the ultimates here, because when the dust settles, there can be only one survivor.
Thomas College, but I don't know what Keene University are thinking. Well, okay, they're thinking it. What is going on in this fight? My days! 2 to the bomb, 3 to the tile, 1 to the self-destruct, and
it's
we
just
get the
a
team.
lone
It's
diva. It's a lone
what
baby
is
diva.
happening?
No, okay. Hip is back there.
You know what number play this is, right? Because J-Rod knows.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Binks. I am joined by Kat, and you guys are tuned into the ECC Valorant quarterfinals between St. Joseph as well as Molloy College.
Yeah, sure to be a good one. Molly coming here in first. The first seed jumping in the quarterfinals, the 8th seed of St. Joseph's. Can they find this one? Can they run it back? Banks, you told us in the green room that we've seen this matchup before in week 3 of the East Coast Conference, and well, it went the way of Molloy in a 2-0 fashion. So these guys got to be able to turn around here, and what is going to be a best of 3 showcase. Can they get it done is the question. Mentioned we're jumping right into the quarterfinals. Take a look at what teams we'll be looking at. Of course, we've got the Molloy St. Joseph's game here on the top of the bracket, but towards the middle, we've got Utica Esports up against the Farmingdale Rams. You should probably recognize them if you've been around the Esports U network watching these Valorant games. The CSI Dolphins and the New York Tech Cybears are in another matchup, and NSHU Penman is up against the Farmingdale Rams secondary roster over towards the bottom side of the bracket. So we've got 8 teams that have made it through this 8-week regular season, but only one of them can win out the conference.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see the change or how much of a fight St. Joseph can put up against Molloy. So they did the first time that they played, it was Molloy that won 2-0 because they were in the same group during regular seasons. But what's interesting enough was how early on in the season, I believe it was week 3. So there's a lot of time for this team to develop and exactly figure out the type of play style they want to have. So Molloy can come into this and continue with their confidence stride. I can see them pulling away with this, but I'm really looking to St. Joseph to really shake things up.
Well, we'll see if we get a shakeup of the set list here before we jump into it. The map select on the bottom of your screen now. Shout out to the production team for making that one possible. The first band's going to be Icebox in Haven. We'll start off on America's favorite map. It's Ascent.
Is that a statistic or?
I mean, it's look at the pick rate. I mean, it's got to be.
You know what? You have a valid point there. Ascent really has the ability to, well, you still have clear-cut things you have to ensure you do in every single round. I feel like it's the repetitiveness of every clear that allows for, I don't want to say obsolete, but more obscure strategies to take the forefront and actually have a very solidified place in the meta.
Sure, absolutely. We'll jump through on what has been an interesting map as recent. Do the compositions. It's the one map where you really feel like you can play double controller, double initiator, and you get a real chance to shift the meta just a bit. It'll be Bind for map number 2. Breeze and Pearl will come off the board, and I'll leave Fracture, our last remaining map. A map that requires a very significant amount of teamwork. We'll see if we get there. In order to get there, St. Joseph's going to have to fight the demons that came through in week 3.
Yeah, so as we jump into our first game of Ascent, do you have any must picks on either of these sides?
I mean, I'd go Chamber, but the fact that Killjoy has so much value in towards mid, I think that Sentinel does allow just a little bit of a switch up. Probably looking at Omens here for controllers. We've seen a couple collegiate teams willing to bust out the Astra. It's better if you have that stall potential, but a lot of the time we see collegiate teams rely just a little too hard off the stars, use them too quickly, and end up expending what is that good stall potential. So we'll see if it comes out. I'm expecting Omens. The Sentinel choice, we get a little bit of room to work with, but if you're not playing Chamber, you're probably working the Jet. So wouldn't be shocked if we see that come the way for Molloy here.
Yeah, I like the Fade as well. I think just the way that the sites are actually set up, a lot more, I want to say A than B, where you're able just to send in your Nightmare or Night Terror. I don't know exactly what it's called. As soon as you pop your ultimate on site, it gives you a lot of it gives you a lot of options with how you actually push that side, and you can just absolutely rush. The fact that no audio is available. I will say Sage is also a pick that can work on this site in tandem with the Omen if you're trying to look over the wall for B site. But it's a very interesting dynamic to play together. But you were right on the Killjoy. Killjoy most likely being selected by both St. Joseph and Molloy. But both the Killjoy and the Chamber, I don't know how I feel about that one. But it does look to have a lot of potential, just with how aggressive they want to be.
Okay, so we get to see a lot of time in collegiate, just a slight bend to meta due to the fact that collegiate team is much more willing to play the comfort picks. So looking at the Sky Sova duo to go down from Molloy as opposed to what is typically your Fade KO lineup, we get to see the Sky come out for St. Joseph's as well. They're going to play the single initiator. As you mentioned, they're playing that double Sentinel of the Chamber, the Killjoy. The Chamber, so much value right now. And I mean, you got to squeeze out every last drop of it because coming shortly is going to be a pretty significant Chamber nerf. Might shift the meta quite a bit. So use him while you've got him, and they'll do just that. They'll have that extra Sentinel power, a lot of ability to shake up the defense, a lot of lurk potential. But against those pretty strong initiators, looking at Sova was originally the strongest initiator coming to Ascent due to the B site hole, due to that recon having the extra info when it comes to clears going through towards the back of the site, and that Sky Flash has so much extra control. The Initiator Flash nerf came through, didn't really see the impact we thought it would in terms of shutting her down. I think if anything, it's made KO Pop Flash, that right click, really less versatile. You're really only able to use that left click on farther angles, and it's almost easier just to control a bird. So the skies will come out for both sides. Interesting comps. Interested to see how they're utilized here in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting changes is the fact that those birds can no longer be destroyed. I know I get a lot more scared every time I hear one flying out, because I know that I can't use the split-second response to try to shoot it.
I can't hit it anyway.
But yeah, my aim can suck. It's very occasionally good enough, but regardless, it's going to be an early push coming out onto the A site from Molloy, and a quick flank from Big Fat Kev, and he'll be able to snag two. Jordan is find one with the Headhunter, but it's refragged by the Jet, as plant will be successful for St. Joseph, as it's just going to be a trap attempting to be sprung. Shub to be able to find one onto Bliss down below inside of Hell.
Tough.
Meanwhile, the Jet still trying to find any sort of movement, dashes out of the way, and it's just a complete collapse as Max finds one, and it's all left up to Shub going up against Max, who's sitting inside a tree.
Recon not going to clear the angle towards Generator. I don't think Max even swings this on time. Shub just gets the stick onto the spike, and we'll finish that one out. We'll get the frag to go with it, and SJLI are going to grab themselves what is the pistol round victory. Little bit of a shaky retake. That Guiding Light was looking really dangerous going down towards Hell, but did manage to connect to Kanuki to kill so much time to allow them to sneak their way through door. And it is that one frag difference, that one piece of util, the difference for them in order to get themselves to site.
Going into the second round, we are going to see that it is looking to be a much more B-favored push, but I want to highlight that we have the two players. We have the Sky and the Killjoy rotating back towards either A main or looking towards mid. I'm always a huge fan of this because it adds for a cross angle and makes them a lot more, increase their success rate. But look at the smoke that Brim has also used closing off Rafters, and it forces that 1v1 gunfight between Tanuki as well as the Brim holding from tree. So it just allows for these little micro gunfights. But the first one that we are going to see is going to be, I was going to say a free one for Shu, but it's not going to work out. They're not going to be able to hit a single one of the shots. Lit up to 63. They don't even have any way to get out. Assisted by Big Fat Kev, who's playing still in tree, will help their duelists get out of there.
Hey, thanks, Kev. Saves that one. That could have been something early on. Caster Curse started a brewing, and Shu felt the pressure, the observer on him. Sometimes it's just too much, man. And couldn't get the job done. All good, though. Teammate with the bailout, and you going to bail out on what was the look towards B main. They'll head instead towards Cat, where they've got Killjoy ready. They know that she was moved off the angle. He's had a tough go of it at the very start of the round, so it could be potential here as they look for that A split. Bro.
Just an off round. It's just an off round. Meanwhile, Bliss is going to be able to find a kill onto Shuv as the site has gone the way of Molloy as they go and try to hold the site successfully this time. Quick shot from Geo. They'll be able to find the head of Larry the Omen. No more smokes to be placed on the side of Molloy. They just have to holding their angles as tight as possible. Recon will be cooked out, but it doesn't matter. It's Horden, the Killjoy, has sprung right onto site from tree. Meanwhile, Geo is going to find their second kill on the round, and it's going to be a quick defuse from St. Joseph.
The Spectre steamroll their way right back on into the site. So Molloy, after what is unlucky, really, a bit of an off round from Shub, allows them to get their way to site, get a plant down, which is the anti-eco. So about all they're really looking for there. So they'll take the value, they'll take what they can get, a little extra cred, 500 per player, and they'll get themselves Vandals, full rifles into this one, and a refresh towards the round. The bonus coming through from St. Joseph. They win this one on out. They'll feel pretty good about economic control, as well as that round score control can take that to what should be a 4-0 score line, but not one you expect to win, not one statistically you're likely to win.
Action phase just about to commence. Once again, a split push from St. Joseph, and I don't know if this is them just trying to split resources, bait out to utility at the same time, but it has seemed to work so far as they get rid of at least one of Brim's smokes, and as they can rotate back towards mid, it is a very interchangeable push where if you go late, you should hopefully catch one of the defenders off guard in a cross angle.
Very slow scaling coming through from MU. You recognize the fact this team's on the bonus. You don't want to get caught by any shenanigans here, and they'll be patient, because of it. It's just the KJ here over towards B, and that alarm bot is going down over towards mid. So has the early info that the split's coming. Turret is going to be able to sniff out the log position as well towards those B main players. Pop Flash was there for Table. She is not one to swing off of it. So still the mid control slightly there for Molloy. They have to play a bit further if they want it, and they'll opt against it. Felt all that util, felt all that presence, and instead going to look for other opportunities on the map. Still 40 seconds, so plenty of time to poke and feel, but at about the 25 mark, you want to make a decision.
Quick teleport out. Gio's going to have to spring the trap. He gets blinded first off. Doesn't matter. TN6 and Larry both pick up their own respective frags. As
it's Shub time.
Malay is just going to be able to spring right onto site. They don't notice that Shub is there. He'll find one, looking for a second. Larry to collect on their second of the round. Plant now being reattempted by TN6 with 14 seconds to go. Just waiting for their opportunity. Table not able to find the frag. All left up to Horden, who's on top. And there you go. Malay will finally walk away with their first round.
We're going to need the Observer to go free cam for the entire round. It's the Observer curse, man. I don't know what else to tell you. Shub big to grab the first look. Grabs one more. You got to think that spike doesn't go down. It's a 4-second plant. There's only 15 seconds left in that round. One more frag could have been the difference in converting a bonus. And then we jump over to Table, trying to play her way in the retake out through the garden. Flashed herself, got caught by the Sova bullet. So honestly, I think we just go free cam. It's got to be the Observer's fault. I don't know what else to tell you.
I really like that push from Molloy, primarily just for like that same split push definitely worked out for them. However, they won't get the opening frag this round as Horden's going to take two huge kills. I think that's Jet and Sova both off the board. You aren't going to have any more recon potential. You do have your Sky for your flashes, but they're on the opposite side of the map looking to push in towards mid. So unless this little micro push, this micro gunfight, the side quest even here on mid going towards tree, if that doesn't net them any kills, and we could once again be seeing St. Joseph winning and definitely having the eco they need to go into their next round.
Yeah. Start that regroup. We're here towards B. It'll be just Table on this close angle. Just flashes out. Does have the contact, has the info, and a great sky smoke coming through from St. Joseph's because of it. Trailblazers have spotted 2 into that smoke, so they should have the info. This is where this one's going. They've got 2 players that act accordingly. Seeker's going to be out. See if Molloy can force the issue, and they've done so thus far, taking Table. Those nano swarms will get the Omen low, but towards sight nonetheless.
30 seconds left.
And they do manage to make it in. Kev looking to find one of their gunfights, flashed by their own team, as Horden also trying to make their way in through defender's side. You know, they're aware of someone inside a boathouse, but they need to get a push rather quick as Plant has gone down. Spraying for Larry. Horden's able to find their third on the round. Only one left. It is going to be the Sky. On site will be Shub. They have the pressure on. They know that the Sky's to come to them. Spraying won't be able to win it out. It's a 4K for TN6. And we're going to see that Molloy is able to win it out in 2-2.
Confidence coming through from TN6 to walk up CT stair to find the 2 frags and to walk directly into the 1v1 with Shub as well to close out the round. Big looks from the Sky, the difference maker into that one. Really forcing the issue there for Molloy. That contact coming through directly off of what are those Seekers, playing themselves into so much danger. Everyone able to seek their way towards side and just raw aggression to sneak through. The likes of TN6 definitely the difference for them. Going into that one, it'll lead us to the even score line. SJLI not looking at that much money into this one, so we're probably looking at hard retake, and if anything, just looking for scraps at this one. Already that Jet on the flank, getting caught by turret though, so not much really to be seen here.
I like that we saw the Omen push up rather aggressive to hold Heaven. We'll see if that nets them any kills. It looks like they're just trying to hide for now. Bliss getting a huge kill, knocking off the flank of Shub. Larry also taking out Jordan, not giving them many options. Larry trying to spray, but they've been concussed. So that means Table's able to collect onto their kill. And if they make it up far enough, they might be able to collect the rifle. 2-4, TN6 takes out Horden. And the remaining 2 players from St. Joseph are just stuck in Heaven with pistols and an absolute dream, if I'm being honest, now that it's down to Kev.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Just the 1 frag. The second frag for Kev does what he wants. TN6 will grab another 3K into this round as well. That's 6 in the last 2. But man, I don't know about that one. I mean, there's something to be said, right, about playing into your anti-eco, making sure there's no shenanigans. You guarantee you tie up everything into a nice little bow. to make sure you've got economic advantage, but man, they pop 2 ults going into that one. They throw the lockdown to get to site, the Hunter's Fury afterwards to guarantee there's no quick retake from the eco team. So they spend 2 ults going into that one. We'll see how much value they have going forward, but I don't know if you need all of that going into what is just pistols on the other side.
I can respect the Killjoy because
Sure.
they'll never stay in because they don't feel that they can win those gunfight. The Omen TP, I don't know if I like that one as much. Quick blind, however, it's gonna be a spring push in. TN6 is gonna be able to snag 2, be lit up all the way down to 10 from the orbital cannon from Brim, but it doesn't matter. They managed to take a site as the 3 remaining players from St. Joseph are scrambling to make it back.
They are. Jordan absolutely nailed the headshot of Tanuki. That'll put just the likes of 2 for SJLI. Just looking for exits here, if anything. This is the buy right after their anti-eco, so kind of feel the rifle save in this one. Still pretty close to hold, though. Table spam through smoke to see nothing. TN6 is so very close to this one. Spotted the rifle, spotted the barrel. Tanuki will take the frag. Have last standing. Just 50 creds to their name. That rifle, I don't think it's getting out of this round. Molloy's gonna run this one down. Tanuki looking for the knife, not quite to have. Kev's got a nice spray transfer to grab a second, a third for their troubles, and maybe that rifle will make it out the round. Kev will grab 3, will sneak away to that B site. The rifle will make it out, but of course the Molloy round going to come through, which does make those 2 ult expended into the last round almost null and void. The fact they're able to quickly get back, get the next, they break eco, and they've got enough economy going into this round. They'll have the rebuy no problem anyway.
I'm really hoping that St. Joseph are starting to read into the split. And I'd like to see that they leave maybe 1 or 2, leave the Killjoy on their own site, especially B. I believe Killjoy will always have the better setup over there.
Sure.
And it doesn't seem like the B push has been as prevalent. And when it is, we have seen St. Joseph have a substantial clear potential. They have the ability to retake. So I think if they allocate more resources to A and play the retake on B, especially when it's a split push, could easily net them a few more frags. But this loose setup on A is really allowing for Molloy to, I don't want to say take more control, but it's allowing them to walk up a lot more freely.
Yeah, there's something to be said about the fact that Killjoy set up and still able to take space accordingly. They have been doing a good job, though, taking that early look towards mid, breaking that alarm bot, and then knowing when to get out as well, not throwing extra space that they don't need to take after the presence comes through. Is making sure they've got util expended, and then hitting together as a unit. They've been good about the roots coming through, like the instance we see them go B main, throw the Seekers as a combined group to take that brute force onto the site, knowing the fact that they're going to need to play for trades when they are down members. So good IGL calls all around. Pretty stagnant round here. We're just waiting to see if they can get any looks offensively from the defense, and they've given them nothing. Great patience coming through for St. Joseph's here into this one. Allow Molloy to have to do something, and they'll do just that. TN6 will pick up Shub to the back of the site. Jordan, got to be careful about the looking scaffold.
Oh, no, unfortunate. Not able to win out the gunfight. It's going to even out at a 4-2, favoring the side of Molloy. And Plant will be successful from Bliss, as they also collect their frag. Horden stuck inside of Heaven, looking to find a frag. Able to narrowly find the headshot, lit up all the way down to 5 health. And once again, it's unlikely that they walk away with the rifle unless they leave now. And even then, there's a lot of time for them to be hunted. Very unfortunate for St. Joseph, and I genuinely believe that if they go and start anticipating the types of pushes that Molloy is going for, where they are trying to spring onto site, they just need to wait to spring a trap and a retake for A at this point. I know that I previously said a retake might not be an option. That's exactly what they need to go for, as Max just collects onto the final kill, and 3 attackers once again remaining from Molloy as they'll escape without a spike even needing to be detonated.
Yeah, no real point of looking into that one. Not going to have with one player, and with the likes of the rifle buy back into this one, Table going to have the retake ultimate going forward here for SJLI, and of course, Molloy chilling off of 5 rounds in a row, going to have a very cushy eco. So St. Joseph need this round. They need the next round as well to solidify themselves back into this half. Still plenty of time. Not even to the 6 mark just yet for Molloy. So they still are at that opportunity to play for a tied up half, and they're taking this one brute force to the B site.
They're rushing right on in. They know where they have to look. Jets trying to hide in their smoke right by door. Finally gonna be able to get that closed off. TN6 takes out Kev. Kev is gonna fight back with a triple Molly kill onto Max Literally and Bliss. All left up to 2 remaining players of Molloy, who are just trying to spring onto site, hoarding to find TN6. Tenku has to have an absolute dream, as that's gonna be 3 kills from the grave there, I believe. Where was that Molly?
In the swarm, I believe. I'm not positive. I literally looked down to take a note. The moment I looked up, everyone was dead. It was like a horror film.
Great Molly from Brim. You lost your life doing it, but I think it was definitely worth it from Kev. Definitely the star player there. Wow.
Versus that revive from Molloy guarantees that they win this one. Even Stevens in terms of the eco, a chance for SJLI to play themselves into either the tie or the lead here into this half. And well, Molloy, we talked about the fact the default's been so slow. They've been so patient. They've been doing such a good job of expending defensive utility early. They look to brute force. They say, we'll just Seekers in. It's worked for us before. Lower numbers. Surely it works at even numbers. Not quite. The Molly has something to say about it. That's the difference when you don't expend that utility. That utility is there for the execute. So this round they'll play a lot slower once again. They split the default 2-1-2. And it'll be a bit of time before you see the execute come through. They've been looking towards sites at about 35 seconds. So still a minute to play in this round. And you see how much slower that pace is. An early stake caught and dealt with accordingly.
I don't know if Jordan has their TP set up. I don't know if that's just something we are unable to see.
They do not.
Regardless, TN6 is going to be going for the early push up. Not checking their corner shoot to get the opening pick for the round. Cautious of anyone else, but I want to highlight that because the Sky has been absolutely instrumental for Molloy on their initial push on the site. They have no other sources of flashes. It's going to be brute force, and last time that didn't work too well for them. So if they just wait out this 20 seconds, retake potential should definitely be there. But where is Spike? Spike's all the way on the other side, still rotating from spawn. They're going to have to spring out. It's going to be a last second plant. Table to find Tanuki, and Larry's just trying to hide this one out. There's not much to go. 10 seconds, having to run straight will be Bliss. They'll get these plant down successfully denied wonderfully. Kev coming in clutch once again, as Plant will no longer be successful. Huge star play on the side of St. Joseph.
Who other than Big Kev with the orbital strike to guarantee there is no room to be played onto the site. Would have had that plant with just 2 seconds to spare. Goes into nothing at all. That ultimate activated on the likes of what was a 3K into the last round off of a big Molly play coming through the smoke, cutting down 3 players. So we love to see it from Big Kev, whether it be the likes of utility kills, whether it be the likes of killing some time. It'll be just within 1 now. What is this last rebuy? I'm gonna take this one much deeper into mid. TN6 will catch Jordan. Oh, just wait, brother. Just wait, brother.
Unfortunate shoot will fall. It's 2 huge opening picks that will allow for an aggressive push in through tree. They're looking to go right towards site. Smoke is going to go out. Won't matter too much. Spraying trying to find the brim. TN6 is going absolutely crazy as they'll find their 3rd on the round table, trying to make their way up. TN6 looking for their 4th on the round. They will find it, but nope, they're denied the ace by Geo, who's still stuck waiting on heaven, located by the recon dart, and is going to be hit by Omen, just trying to hit them with their insomnia, waiting for any opportunity. Geo slowly pushing up. They have the Sova, who has been lit up, but here's the dark cover from Omen, basically guaranteeing there's no viable way to rotate back. And it does look like Geo will be going for a save, rightfully so, as it gives them the rest of this this spike being planted just to talk things out and figure out what they want to do. Glad to see the chamber does have a rendezvous set up this time. Last round they did actually not. Now that we know we can't see them on the map.
Can we tab real quick?
Pardon?
Can we tab real quick? I want to see. Yeah, I would have hunted there. I think that's worth. You kill 1 or 2 rifles. This is a much different round. I was considering the fact that possibly Jordan's saving there because someone's not going to get a rifle buy into this round. They almost certainly could have got everybody up with rifles. So the save call's not bad. Obviously, like the extra econ's definitely not a problem. There's 2 rounds left to play. They lose this one, it guarantees a full rifle buy in the next one. But man, I feel like you go a little more confident there. You grab a couple rifles down, but of course, potato, at the end of the day. round still going to go the way it's going to, and likes the TN6 grabbing a 4-piece McNugget to get them in definitely makes the difference there. Sometimes just the mechanics get the job done, and it was NDO get baited. Shub to look in with the operator, gets caught by the turret, distracted and absolutely dead. So the operator play immediately gone from this one for St. Joseph. That's a cat push on its way.
They're just waiting for their push in. That's going to be 2 nanoswarms detonated almost immediately. Don't know if I like that too much. Springing up right at the right time. There's going to be 1 looking for 2. No, Larry flicks and shuts down Horden. Meanwhile, Geo is going to come from the exact same angle. 2 huge kills. It's going to be now a 2-on-1. Tanuki has to find 2, but it won't matter. Table's there at heaven, and we're going to see a 4-5 going towards our final round and a half.
Like the look for space from Molloy, that early pick, but it's just better frags coming through for SJLI. Horden gets here so quick, able to jump through, pick up looks, trade it back by the likes of Larry, but it's Jordan then to swing out to find 2. We're basically lined up towards the switch, pick that one possible, and then a 2v1 to seal the deal. So SJLI still that chance to play for what is going to be an even score line going into the half. Just need to win 1 more, and Shub able to recover that operator thanks to the teammates' help.
Yeah, not too much loss there, and going to this final round, I do like that we're going to have a full eco round. Everyone has a full buy with what they are looking to have. Molloy, I'm really interested to see if they change anything about their push for this final round. It does seem like a spring onto mid, which is not going to help them out in the first bit, as Kev is already once again shutting down these pushes for the first time with a gun, as he will be able to find 2 with his Phantom in mid. That is going to be Shub also adding on to it, taking out Bliss, and this entire mid push has just collapsed on them from their inability to continue to watch the angles they need. Tanuki will be able to find Kev, who just sprung up a little bit too far. TN6 also find a Horden. Now we're going to a 3v2, very winnable for the 2 remaining players of Molloy.
Great stuff from SJLI. The fact that Molloy have been putting so much pressure. They're putting 3 or 4 bodies consistently into mid. So to put bring the second player over, Kev to switch with the operator. Angle not checked, and Shub gonna walk away with that one into mid market. Could have been a much different looking round there. Molloy started to bring it back together, but no one quite there for the Jets. So a 2-piece gonna be what closes out that round, and things do end up tied as we get to 12. Good adaptation from SJLI coming towards the later half of that one. It was 4 rounds in a row from MU, and then ends up being what is a 4-2 run for SJLI. And it comes the likes of players like Kev, whether it be the 3-piece Molly, whether it be the orbital strike to deny plant, or whether it be that 2-piece look to come out from Cat.
I want to quickly talk about seeds in this scenario. SJLI are supposed to be the 8th seed, the lowest in the entire bracket. Meanwhile, we have Molloy, who is first in the bracket, and we just saw a 6-6 split. Call it saving strats, but it's playoffs. I don't think there's many strats to be saved here. Tanuki playing the same position as we saw the opposing Jet play, and it's the exact same type of aggressive mid push, but I want to highlight a key difference. MU's playing a very more laid back. They're waiting for them to push up. Great use of the Cloudburst will not let them to kill. Larry's going to find Snoop as they try to jump back. Insomnia will catch more than a couple players as Geo gets the refrag finally, but it's also going to be a net positive for MU as they have a 4-3 advantage.
Bro, Cloudburst tailwinded into his Killjoy. You do hate to see it. Went nowhere out towards Cat, got caught lacking, and all the KJ utilities still going to be at home B because of that early burst execute coming through Cat for SJLI. They're in for a rude awakening, and there's the start of it. Bliss will wake up Kev, will take him down early. 2 players stuck towards mid-market, and there's plenty of trade potential for MU. Max has taken table. Jordan, 5 HP, cowering in the corner, caught by Max and fragged on out. The armor being the difference there to keep Max alive from the Ghost 1 tap. Molloy lead once again after the pistol round.
I think it was SJ that was able to get it previously, but once again, Molloy is able to maintain their lead. It was not since the since the 4th round that SJ was actually able to retake that lead. Just based on default pushing the way they went for it, I can see that SJLI just didn't have enough control. They weren't able to take something and make sure that it was theirs. And I think the real big pivot point of that round was actually Tree. When they weren't able to successfully take it, we really started to see them try to push for more than they actually had. And that really netted them more of a negative. And I do believe it came down to the trades that they were not able to obtain.
Absolutely so, and you see that effect permeate here into second round of the half. The fact that they've played so slowly now towards A main, just hoping they get a peek from Molloy coming into Gelato so they can try to take some sort of control back toward this A site. The only thing is you're looking at your anti-eco, so this team, no reason to peek. Absolutely no reason to peek. They're not going to. So SJLI can scale for an orb here. They've done just that over towards B. So that'll get the Blaze Storm up just a little bit faster. Chance to maybe play for the A main orb as well. And into Tanuki's Marshall, where first shot hasn't quite landed. It's gone through the wall, gone through the pillars, and 40 seconds left on this clock. SJLI to make a decision to cat.
I think this is going to be a spring push right onto A. Larry's not going to be hit by that flash. He's going to be able to snag one with that Spectre. And somebody's going to be thrown right on out. It is going to find the two players, but they'll be able to retreat safely, trying to spring out once again. Spectre really reigning supreme. They'll find 3 free kills, planned success. So they're looking for the ace here, trying to find the Killjoy that's just sitting behind. TN6 able to find Kev, but Horden with the shorties ready to find one on their round. But Tanuki there with the Sheriff will finally capitalize on their win. It's going to be TN6 for the defuse. They go up. Sorry, they go up 8-6. I cannot think. Math is a very hard thing right now, Kat.
I don't think I ever got above a C in math.
Pardon?
I don't think I ever got above a C in math.
30 seconds left.
I doubt that.
No, I don't doubt that.
Well, what about you ever get above a C on a test?
Maybe, but the average.
You don't need to care about an average. You go and talk to a mathematician that specializes in calculus to do like some crazy function that isn't calculus related. They'll be like, oh, that's not my subject. I'm sorry.
That's fair.
Hence why if you're really, really good at one subject in math, you are still good at math. Don't say you're bad at math.
Okay. You got me there. SJLI
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, my inspirational TED Talk.
And they have absolutely taken it over. The equation is 5 minus 0 equals 0 people dead and site open. So plan's gonna go down. MU with everything on the flank. Tanuki on the high, low with Larian. They've both been traded by the likes of Big Kev. They have all this space towards Wine. Do you know about this Killjoy for Tanuki to walk into this thing? It doesn't matter. Max is taking it out. Lots of damage there, and Max will find more damage onto the site. Put Big Kev into a 1v2, 18 HP to work with. The angle going to be there. Has broken the turret, and Bliss will break him. That's the defuse on its way to 9-6 score round. That's a bonus round converted, and 2 rifles picked up from Molloy going into the next.
I'm curious about where I know Horden went back towards the flank watch, but I think one of the things that was the most powerful, and we saw a very key play when I think when Bliss actually got a 3K in the previous round, or maybe it might have been 2, was just their ability to just be, okay, I'm flank watch, I am watching this. And especially along A main, I think that was a very pivotal part where yes, site was yours to take. That flank watch really hurt you there, alarm bot or not. So going into this round, you obviously are not going to have a free site. You're going to have 2 players already waiting and ready on this A site. So if they do choose to spring the trap, then we can see a very different round as TN6 will immediately locate all 4 of them.
Yeah, you know everything you need to know early. This is the right call. Get door down, break door early. That means a quick retake's going to be on its way. You've got all the util still. You only expend the Trailblazer. You know, both guiding lights. There's the first use. TN6 going to guarantee the frag off of it. This guy's still going to push Shub forward. MU not respecting that space. So Shub's going to walk in, grab one. Can't get the rifle. Stay too long. Larry will take him back down. No dash away. He's gone from the round. That's 1 player down in the post plant.
Oh, Max is also going to capitalize on the Odin spray. Omen gets out just in time as there's still going to be 2 players that were detained, 1 inside tree and 1 back, protected by their fellow defenders. TN6 is trying to push up, not able to find it. Larry going for a quick teleport into sight. Time is still ticking away. Table to find one with the go is just waiting. This could be a huge save round. They're going to be springing onto sight. There's 2 for Table. Just has to wait this one out a little bit longer as they spring for the spike. Do they have it?
I don't think
it's
so.
going to be a very, very close one, and it is going to be Thrifty. Wow.
Good work right there. The lockdown coming through to steal that little bit of extra time ends up being the difference of getting that defuse and not getting that defuse. 2 players getting detained isn't too big of a deal because you're able to sneak out just in time. Larry uses it from the shadows, and pretty much the only way it's viable nowadays to come through to get early info that player's generator. But who was expecting them to win 2 fights with a ghost in their hand. Absolutely nobody just comes up massive for that 2 look, and that ends up being the difference. That kills a couple extra seconds as well, and somehow SJLI scrapped themselves out of what was going to be economic despair from just huge revelations of plays.
I think that's what you get when you have John Wick on your team, but regardless, we'll see how this develops the game. It's now once again a 2-round differential. SJLI really needs to make an impact on this round. They have the rifles this time, as that was very clearly a save for them. Once they take a site, they've done a good job holding it, especially shown in that last round, but it was assisted by the Killjoy of just denying them. So if they can find a viable way, and maybe through Kev's utility with the Molly, just to slow them down that extra little bit, that could be the difference maker. But they are once again going for a very slow push, Cat, as we have 3 mid and 2 looking towards a long, and we could very easily once again see a spring push, but Larry is here once again having the rifle and ready.
That's your choice? All right, well, Larry jumping out the orbital strike, a little bit of panic sets in, jumps into the danger, gets taken out because of it. TN6 will be the danger on site before they fall to the likes of Kev, who has a second to go with it. The scaffold player was looking for the trade, did not find it. Max will finally get the late trade, and it's going to be a 2-on-2 when things are settled. Hunter's Fury activated if they want it. They will throw it. Bliss going to find the frag before it can come through. Tag, not quite there, but shouldn't let players help. Bliss will, and Jordan will make sure they're aware of it. A 1-on-1 now the case, and Max will wide swing it on out to take the round. MU will lead by 3.
That was very much the a TSN turning point, if you will, for MU. Their ability to win out that gunfight. That was a round that I very much and firmly believe that SJLI could have come out with had they it all comes down to those single tense final gunfights. So unfortunate Geo was not able to win that out. They did get their frag on the round. But regardless, I want to see a little bit of a switch, because I think we've only seen an A push come out from SJLI, and they're finally changing it over to potentially or show the early forms of a B push.
The B push or the look in towards Tile, which is going to be a scary look coming through with the early Seekers. The flash through the smoke. Tanuki looking to get involved. TN6 will grab the first. Jordan out with a headhunter, though, and this could all go awry momentarily. The headhunter will find a second look. That's 2 rifles, and SJLI once again are looking for an eco round victory. They've got mid control right now. They've got options towards Cat, up to what they want to exercise.
At this point, they should just stop buying and just start relying on their pistols. But I'll be proven wrong. Max finds Geo, all left up to Horden, who does have 100 health, no armor, but they do have the rifle. If they position themselves properly to hold these 1v1s, then they could very easily walk away this round. And currently, we have this information. They do not. They have a completely open, as we have Sova and Killjoy just looking to hold the cross angle towards mid. So a big hunt currently. It will be Sova to most likely have this gunfight first, as they will have to break the glass if they choose to go for that sort of approach, as 2 defenders very quickly narrowing in on their location. Omen about to see them in 2 seconds. Do they look? Do they notice? They finally will, and there's the quick kill from Larry right on into Killjoy of Horden inside a tree. It's exactly what you'd expect from a save round, as MU is very close to match point, 1 point off from that, and then 2 points away from match point. And correct me if I am wrong, this is indeed SJLI's map pick, right?
No. I gotta correct you.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Molloy's map pick.
It's. I was looking at the bottom. I'm not used to these graphics.
This is the map pick of the people. Respectfully.
Oh.
This is the people's
that
map.
really changes my perspective on this now.
Have you ever seen Real Steel?
Like the movie?
Yeah.
With like Hugh Jackman? Yeah.
Oh, it is Hugh Jackman. In the case that Adam is the people's champ, Ascent is the people's map, so don't even worry about it. Max is the people's site defender right now. Gonna pick up 1 onto Horden. Kev doing Kev things. Thanosworm will come out for extra chip damage. Max still on site. A chance for the spray down, and we'll pick it on up. 1 more to 5. It has that 1-2. A 4K for the Sova on site. No holds barred. Absolutely smacking it to him. Just like that final scene. 12-7 going to be the scoreline here. Match point on what is the map of Molloy.
Well, thank you for that correction, and thank goodness Max gave us an absolute great showing. And you can see that even after they were disoriented and concussed, they very much played towards their advantage. And the fact that you had the killjoy early on was they were able to predict exactly where the players would rotate, and they read it beautifully, taking out 2 players with 2 quick successive headshots, and it makes me feel like they don't miss.
Well, shot at it, so never mind. Ignore everything I just said. Wouldn't have spotted Kev was a little too deep, but does shoot bolts at it, so they know at least there's somebody deep gelato. Well, not really holding too far in the angle anyway, just snuck the jet into wine, and CU St. Joseph checks this. Typically nowadays, if you see a trailblazer that far up, you're thinking they cleared space for something. You're probably looking here. Honestly, love this angle of what is almost certainly going to be a massacre. Even if you try to dash window out of this one, it's going to be hard. Trailblazers there. Concussed. Tailwind activated. Can Kanuki get out? Somehow still does. So no one really puts the pressure onto it. It's the likes of TN6 to step in for the Sky Smoke to guarantee no one comes through on the cross. And it will be the difference there. Gets the jet out of dodge and keeps them at an advantage. Till Horden grabs one from the B site.
I'm a fan of Horden making a lot of chaos over there, as you can see the Omen not knowing what to make of it, as Horden also confirms a kill. These remaining players are just going to have to play very carefully. Larry and TN6 both grabbing their frags will really make Horden's work not as impactful, but they are going to go for the rotate, rightfully so, as B side is very much theirs, and it's going to make the remaining defenders of MU really run back towards site to defend. Horden to find their third on the round onto Larry, almost single-handedly shutting it down, but there's not enough time to get this plant unless we can see an absolute hero play from Horden, but they're going to opt to save. No, why are you saving on your final round?
Defenders win. On board. Let's go.
Oh, that's a defeat. That's a defeat for sure.
That's a tough one. You know, you got to make a decision on what site you're going to go to, and the decision came through pretty late. I respect the call from Horden there, the fact that I got all the space over towards B. I killed both players. I got a space in a market. I killed the CT player. It's a matter of getting rotations there. And the issue is that Horden is the lurk in that round. He's not supposed to really be opening up the site space. So the call's nice from them, the fact that they're trying to work A. TN6 has taken both players early, trying to entry in towards A. Let's work our way over towards B, where we know we have a space, where we know there's safety, but there's just not enough time to do so. I'm sure the comms were super muddy going into that one. And at that point, you have to try to find both players CT, and that look obviously not going to be easy. The defense of Molloy are well aware enough the fact that if I just don't die, we're going to win the round. So they do just that. Molloy taking what is going to be their map pick in a decently close fashion for the most part. A lot of those rounds coming down to just mechanics, just players playing a little bit better.
Well, our next map is going to be SJLI's map pick, now that I have it correct, of Bind. So do not go anywhere. We will be back in just a few moments.
to take a peek, but J-Rod's there, finds Pigeon Mac. We're looking at potentially an ace. Austin gonna do there.
Trying to scrape together some sort of consolation prize. He's blinded, and they're, oh my god, draw. What a teammate. He's giving oh no, J-Rod around the corner looking for the ace. One shot on Austin, he finds the ace.
Oh,
good guy
beautiful.
Draw, gives it over. Love the team.
A man down, the overtime clock counting, and the ball on their half of the pitch. Yet somehow, Stonehill manages to make it work in this crazy match against Buena Vista.
Out and push right back out again. This is a game of inches. Who can aggress hers? And that's gonna be it. Joker from the long shot along the field. Look at this from the back of board, straight to Joker's feet. The touch is so delicate.
In what was surely a game-changing play here, Nichols State's Law pulls out a tire that can only be described as illegal to put the nail in the coffin against Missouri Western.
Awesome at the ready. On the bread side, yeah, Nichols has enough time to come through. No!
It's 3!
No! It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3. It is 3 eliminations with Law's rim tire there. Absolutely incredible. Able to pick up a 4th. Shy on a team kill right now.
At number 2, it's just a masterful display of edge guarding from Adelphi's Davian. Check it out.
That roller is going to be a great opportunity to get in and pass, possibly even just through those arms. Goes for the down throw into forward air, excuse me. A great combo. Could have found some great damage offside, and as that paint just racks up onto this mid-man, that is more and more damage basically for free. Davion looking for a bottom stage. My goodness, what a stall!
Beautiful edge guard. And England.
And in our top play of this week, have you seen the movie Ratatouille? It has nothing to do with this play, but I think you'll see why we bring it up.
Look at this rat, though. Look at this rat going up long, dude. Oh, he's got another.
I mean, it's Ratatouille. They're chefing it up. I'm going to go find another. Fozzie, quick trade, though. And they'll stall the push for now, but contain just a little bit here. We got a lot more work to be done. It's out of CT already. Right click is missed!
Oh.
That right click is huge going in this round. It's not going to find anything but Tumble will. Fozzie with a quick trade.
Oh,
and okay.
stop.
Okay,
Stop
let the rat do it all. Oh, my.
Phew! What a week and what a crazy set of matches we've been seeing so far. Now, with that said, we're just now passing the halfway point in the season, so that playoffs picture is definitely starting to shape up. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date with all of the ECAC action, then definitely give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. Or, if you guys want to catch all of the matches live, you can find us on Twitch at ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Now, as always, a special shout out to our partners over at Esports U for expanding on our broadcast coverage. We definitely want to give them a special thank you for that. But you know, that's it. That's the show. That's all we've got this week. Come back next week. Hopefully we've got a new host. Hopefully they've stopped bickering and all of that. But in any case, I've been K-Tad. It's been a blast, and I'll see you guys next time.
Welcome back, everybody, to the East Coast Conference Playoffs Day number 1. We're here in the quarterfinals with Molloy's A team up against St. Joseph's Long Island. Molloy just took their map pick over on Ascent. Now we're bringing it on over to Bind, a map that can play similar at times. It gives you a little bit of options when you want to play those compositions. See the compositional differences. And can we see St. Joseph sneak away with a win? Binks, what are you thinking?
I really want to see St. Joseph really show us what they can do. They really put up a very good fight in that first game. I was really thoroughly impressed. When I first looked at these teams, I'm like, okay, it's the 8 seed versus the 1st seed. We should really see Molloy come out on top in a very dominant fashion, but that was not the case. And we already have some agents to talk about, as we have Jet, Sky, Raise, Chamber, and Brim here on Bind. And I actually really like this setup. I think Brim, it does have a good place on Bind. And it really assists the Raze pick quite well. If you use your smokes properly, that Raze is right on sight in the opponent's face, and there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, the double duelist is interesting to walk through. It's been a long time since I've seen the double duelist sneak out. A lot of Twitter revelation yesterday is the fact that Chambers finally nerfed. We can run double duelist again. We've been having to run the Chambers so consistently. Ask that duelist, but we'll bring it on out. So that means we're gonna play a lot faster going into this one. Retake potential is going to be there. Molloy here instead. St. Joseph might be giving us a double duelist as well. A Shub sitting on the Reyna. The question mark is if Shub can find the value. We know Reyna is to be the self-sufficient fragger. Shub just came out of map number 1 at a 10-15 score line, so negative when it came to the KD. That'll be a question. Are you willing to run that in? It looks like they are going to look for just the Reyna as the entry duelist. Kept thinking about it. That's a big role swap coming away from what was the Brimstone. Horton switching off of what was the Killjoy, so they can leave Jordan in back to the Chamber rather than playing that double Sentinel. So a bit of role swapping going on. Double duelist is going to sneak its way in. We're going to throw the double Sentinel by the likes of what is going to be the Sage. I'm interested in this comp.
I really want to see how Kev. I really want to see how Kev changes. Where we saw a crazy util use on Brim. Do you think that we're gonna have a lot more great Raze util, or is it just gonna be completely more based towards the frag potential? I'm very interested to see that much, but I guess this is we have a lot to speculate on, and just these first 3 rounds are definitely gonna really give us a lot to go on.
Yeah, most definitely. This comp, we'll see. Lots got to go right to make this one look good, but I trust this team to get it done. Comfort pick's always going to be the better end, and the fact that they do play double duel, I think is going to be better than playing what is just that Reyna. The fact that Reyna, after the flash changes, is pretty solid playing around the initiator role. The Leers have more value. They last longer. They blind a little deeper. They take a little bit more to shoot, and then the fact that they'll have an actual entry duelist to set them in first. We'll see. Paint shells early, collapse into the wall. We'll grab just a bit of damage onto the likes of Shub. Boombot immediately to follow, shot out. They have very much the confidence their player is going to be a short here, and instantly St. Joseph will work their way in. Shorty's found nothing.
TN6 to grab first blood. They're lit all the way up to 6 health, ironically enough. Horton also to be able to secure the plant for SJLI. Sprays in through lamps, maxifying one. Horton a refrag for the second one. Horton also pushing up. They bought armor this round, and it's really paying dividends. Upgrading to the ghost, spraying it back. They don't need to get too aggressive here. Spotting out a couple of players. Table just waiting out. Big flash. TN6 to grab one through the boxes. Horton with a 3K down to a 1v1. Horton has the molly, does line it up properly, springing out, but no, it's gonna be TN6 to win it out, and it also has the corner to go for that defuse as MU has their first successful round.
SJLI bring it close, bring it very, very close, but TN6 with 6 HP to their name. How poetic. Able to close that one out away after the 3 frags come through. Brute force onto the A site. All of that Raze utility stall for a bit of time makes just a bit of a segmented push, and then there's no value able to be found from Kev. Satchel's in to the smoke, had a look early with TN6, just so confident. It's a nice shot that definitely could have been the difference there. I mean, TN6 goes down early, not there for the clutch. Butterfly effect could be a factor into that round, but we'll know it'll be 1 out by the team that has the first map. So 1-0 in the series is Molloy, and 1-0 in map number 2.
TN6 peeking and teleporting away. I support it. Oh
my gosh.
Larry looking for 2, not able to find it. Tanuki there for the refrag onto table. 4-3 favoring MU as Jet will just rotate right back. They also have the Spectre as their secondary, not opting to pull it out just yet, just trying to play these long gunfights as it's inevitably going to be the B push, but this cross peek is going to be pivotal. TN6 Tanuki holding down the site, and they'll lock it down. Tanuki with 3. TN6 to really assist them with that one.
Almost the flawless anti-eco. Just one play to drop early. A little bit late for the reset is Larry, so unfortunately is going to fall there. But does mean they get the ult orb, technically. Couldn't pick it up, but you get one on death, so hey, all is fair. And
you're trying to guarantee that you get at least 2 in a round, or like at least the 1, yeah.
I could technically pull the second, and then the third, I guess, if you throw in kill as well. So just a sheriff into this one. Right call for sure. Guarantee Molloy playing hard for the bonus in this one. Loot rifles into the next round if it comes to it. Spectre going to be donated away from what is Jet. We'll see what SJLI want to do. Max has caught one early. That's a great look to come through Deep Shower. Taking an entry duelist, and it's got them the advantage here in their eco.
Oh, what? Odd that they didn't try to play the life regardless. Horden's going to be able to hold that. TN6 to find Horden. That's a 3 to 4. They have the rifles. They have not cleared any of these short angles, which are definitely going to be the hardest part, especially with Sasuke just waiting inside of lamps. They have the Spectre. They have the close angle. And it does look to be like a late rotator. Honestly, acceptable timing. And still a minute to go as they'll only have to contend with the Brim as 3 players are just waiting inside of showers. This is a little bit interesting. I don't understand why they're sitting where they are. It seems like a very long way to push, but it's all going to come down to how well Larry can hold down B.
Yeah, Larry is unfortunately a fish out of water here into this one, but his teammates found some rifles early, and they get to go walk and get the rifles too. So they play the buddy system to guarantee they get the upgraded weaponry. So they've got a good chance for the retake, especially if Larry can grab a frag here. And it's done just that. Has grabbed one. Can't stop the plant. Ashub will take them down, but it's going to be a 1-player advantage here for MU, and they've got rifles.
Oh, not able to find it. Wall goes up. Spraying for the Jet. Tanuki is able to find Snoob as well. And that's going to be MU winning their 3rd consecutive round on SJLI's map pick. And I told you these 3 first rounds are going to be the most pivotal in us trying to understand what is happening. And it's proven it, as MU has shown us that they really have a lot of retake potential anytime SJLI makes their way onto site.
Yeah, type of fact that you play a composition that looks much more to the attack with a double duelist, double entry duelist. Even at that, you look at what is naturally the better retake opportunity, and they show the value there. Double Senti's going to have good value in the post plant. Unfortunately, the wall gets broken through so very early for table there that they just end up walking through it anyway. And when you look at likes of the Sage and looking at the likes of the Chamber, it's hard to get onto site. Still plenty of time though into this one. The first 3 rounds is tough, especially the bonus going the way of MU. Guarantees SJLI far onto the back foot here. Got the orbital strike into this one. See if that'll turn the tides. Throwing it off of no contact, though. Bit of a question mark, and we'll see. No one to the hookah split just yet. There's also no presence anywhere else on the map just yet for SJLI. Everything is over towards B. So if Molloy once again scale early shower, they'll have the info. This one's going B.
TN6 waiting with the op. You're going to have someone spring out. Then they spring the trap. TN6 has not been missing this game. Looking for the Sage as well. Not able to find it. Springs out the Headhunter. Not going to work out exactly the way they want. Meanwhile, 2 players, 3 have now 4 all the way in through hookah, and they'll just be lining up for Tanuki to continuously take them down. 2 now remaining, Chamber and Sage from SJLI. These players need to make an impact on this round before they allow them to go up 4-0 and potentially on a flawless round. Cat, I don't think this round could have gone any worse for the attackers.
Bro pulled out the Michael Jackson. He moonwalked up to the tube and quickscoped him. TN6 will stay alive. We'll keep the op cooking. Tanuki will find the last frag. A 3K for the Jet going to that one as they all storm their way into hookah. They give 1v1s, and well, Molloy happy to have them. So SJLI, they try to make the eco work into that round after what is the bonus from Molloy. Can't make it happen. Now in shambles yet again. They'll go Shiko. We're looking at Sheriffs. Looking at light armor going to this one. Table opt for the Ghost. Ults should not be seen into this round. Don't really need to be. I guess look at their own if they want to guarantee they win this one out. Also starting to stack econ anyway, so we'll see what the call for them ends up being. SJLI, you're not throwing these unless you really get picks early. It's gonna be hard to do so with pistols.
Well, there's not too much contention as Max is going for a really aggressive push. Chamber narrowly just avoids, just trying to go for a sneaky push in. Snoop to get the opening pick, upgrades to a rifle. This could very well make a difference as we have the wall up, plant down. 2 players already waiting on the A site, but they have these close angles. They have these tight ways that they are going to be able to watch. They have Chamber waiting. TN6 will be able to get a headshot through a wall to take out Horden, but they've already used their util. They used their ultimate, and that's exactly what you needed. Sasuke also throwing out their guiding light. Not going to be able to do too much damage besides blinding them for a momentary notice. Here's the counteractive orbital cannon, just trying to blow things up. Shnoob and Tanuki both find respective kills, but Shnoob will be down on the floor. Jordan with the headhunter to find it. TN6 still using that operator. Big flick. And what the heck? A thrifty win all with the pistols. What is going on with SJLI?
SJLI throw an early orbital strike to block off that space towards Lamp so they can double sky smoke. That leads to the Sage to wall up early, and they isolate that first player towards the front of a short. That's a rifle picked up. That's a plant to go down. MU pretty solid on the retake. Guiding light comes through, blinds everybody to the front of sight. They have the opportunity to walk around Lamp, and then the orbital strike from Larry goes down back into Lamp, so once again cuts them off from the other angle. So they're playing into all of that Sage utility rather than having the player to flank. So both times for MU, they're shut down by what is an orbital strike, and it's so unfortunate that the second look to deny the retake is their own ult.
Looking to be more of a cookie cutter push, as Max just playing very aggressive, throws the satchel up, not sure the purpose of it. Horde to find the opening pick onto TN6 as they won't be able to capitalize using their op, their tour de force. Meanwhile, Kev to find one onto Max. Suzuki just waiting, will send the guiding light off into the distance, not even getting the chance to detonate it. 3 players remaining on MU as they scramble trying to push up. No very useful ultimates to be used by MU either. Meanwhile, SJLI have a lot of control. Molly inside of Lamps, they just have to play for time, and this push is going to be a very forced one from MU. First gunfight's gonna be Brim on Rim. Horden to win over Larry, has 2 more to contend. This is gonna be continuous one-on-ones. Why are you just giving him these free kills? Horden to find 3. Shikig is gonna rotate back and just try to save the rifle for the next round, as this entire game seems to be flipped up on its head.
Yeah, that ult early on the eco definitely did something to the mental of Molloy. They were looking to kill Econ into that one, but it's all of them to fall instead. Flawless round for St. Joseph. They keep all the rifles alive, and they shut down Molloy early. So they're going to have to rebuy everything here. It'll put them into what could be broken eco if they're not able to find themselves a win into this round. Max loss bonus might allow them the slivers of a rebuy. See how many rifles they can keep alive into this one, as St. Joseph are chilling. They've got at least 2 or 3 rounds they can hold on to here, and they've got a lot of ults cooking here. They got the Empress, they got themselves their Resurrection, and they're 2 away from what is 2 additional ultimates to go with it. See what Molloy has to say about it. They suck the extra player over towards A. They'll put the Sky here early.
I like the use of these paint shells. They've really been these rays on rays battles of utility have really helped determine early aspects of this round. What I like here though is that Ray's utility has been partially deployed over here onto A on both sides, but it looks as though the narrative would construct that they are going for a very slow B push. These 2 players are nothing but a distraction. Kev really hoping to find a pick to assist his team, but it could very well be a B push, but they're rotating back, which is rather curious considering that there's 3 players here on A, and they're really holding a lot of these cross angles.
Stimmy kind of execute yet again for St. Joseph. Max has caught 1 onto the cross. TN6 on the upper angle has another, and the showstopper will grab 2 from Max. Shut everything down but Jordan the chamber all the way out towards A short. Has the money to rebuy the operator. Your call here, homie. Do you play for it or not? Look for exits. You know MU's probably going to look to hunt this one. They know the operator's standing. Do they care enough to take it down? And if you can get a couple more frags here, make the rebuy look difficult. Not going to happen, though. Max will have the look. Double tap with the Phantom. 4K on the round for the Rays. And a 5-2 score line for Molloy.
They keep their eco alive, and it's really forced in the opposite direction now as we start to see a big dent in SJLI's eco. I really need to start seeing them where if they are going to go for those split pushes, I want to see both sides of that split get aggressive. I think one of the greatest aspects of the previous match was just these teams' ability to make it seem as if they're pushing one side when there's a lot of action going on the other. If they are able to properly capitalize on that, you can make a huge difference on the round. TN6 to get a really huge pick off the assist from the guiding light, and that will be able to shut down the opening duelist of Rays inside to Hook and give a lot more information of where this push is coming from. Great opening pick, and SJLI are still left to pick up the pieces in this round.
Good defensive utility to come through from Molloy, and Max is taking all the space towards Market, so has all the info in the world where this one's headed. Might bite off when they can Q here on this angle. Gonna hold off. The true discipline will be here. Just looking for a couple. There's two. There's a third. Jordan gonna shut it down, but not before they lose 3 members of the squad on the rotation. SJLI gonna take their scraps out of Market. Lears come through. TN6 will be here with the teammate of Sasuke, or maybe not. Shub has a look towards 1. TN6 will play the patient game. Have the man advantage for a retake.
Just play it slow. Probably your best bet. You know you're going to have one coming from the flank in the form of the Jet, but you have to try to hold to your best ability. The Molly will push the chamber up. Nobody's actually watching this. You never want to push this angle because it's so very peculiar, but they're looking for it. TN6 knows when to look back, and they'll find their frag. A beautiful glowing Champions butterfly knife, in addition to the extra ultimate point from defusing, will put them 5 and 8 out of their ultimate and 13 and 3. I think that can't go unnoticed. Of course, Tanuki's 10 and 3, just three away, but just these different rules, really making great use of Chamber in his current glory. And I think he'll be weeping in a few days when when Chamber's gone down the gutter. That's an over exaggeration. I will say that I don't know exactly how the Chamber meta will shift up.
We'll see. We'll definitely see. Horton 1 away from the orbital strike. It was the big factor to guarantee the eco in the 2-round spree for SJLI just rounds ago. Scaling shower. I think they're going to grab the orbital strike here. The brim on the ult orb. Orbital strike to go yet again towards lamp. The play out towards A could be the call. Haven't grabbed it just yet. Trade be broken, and context queue on its way out of shower.
Showstopper isn't going to be able to net any kills. Very little bits of damage to the sky as Max Sasuke will be able to completely shut this push down. Horde to find Max. Finally, plan being attempted. It will be successful. Tanuki just waiting. Is going to have a Brim to assist them. Stimmed right on up, looking towards the showers push. 4 to 3. They have the ultimates on the side of SJLI. Horde to find a second one on Sasuke. Jordan to be able to take down TN6. No more operator to worry about. The last 2 are coming from mid. They have a lot of explosive potential. They just have to get onto this spike. Here comes an early orbital strike, as it's not going to be able to do as much damage than what first might have hoped. Larry's going to spring out, going to use the Molly. Sasuke able to find Horden, all left up to shoot. You got the spike, you got a spray. They'll be able to find one. Looking for the Jet. Tanuki was going to be able to find the frag as well. With more than enough time, they are going to get the defuse. 7-2 favoring MU.
That utility for the post plant is good. It's just a little bit rushed. The panic is there. The orbital strike comes through with just plenty of time left. About 25 left for the defuse, and the bomb does explode. And then add on to that, the Molly is just a little bit off. The fact that defuse can get started puts Shub in an awkward scenario and ends up being the difference there into that round. I am interested, right? Because when we cut over to what is the lurk on its way towards shower, we see from Tanuki's point of view that the orb is still chilling outside of showers. SJLI scale 4 players shower. They never take that ult over. It just makes you think about like ult tracking, things like that. That orbital strike early into the round, does that make a difference for them taking the site? Who knows? That'll definitely make a difference early into this round. Max has grabbed Horden down a short. It's the vision denial, immediately denied opportunity into this round.
Very slow push. I know there's a minute 20. They're trying to make their way up, and we're just seeing a bit of paint shells being exchanged. Inevitably, we will see a very explosive push from SJLI trying to make an impact from A, but nope. These teams just love to prove me wrong today, Kat, and I think I know it's a daily occurrence that I'm wrong. But they're going to sprint their way over towards B, where 3 players from MU are ready and ready to open hold them nice and dear and close with their unwelcoming arms, where they'll quickly turn on them. TN6 to find Big Fat Kevin turns their attention towards Hookah, where the remaining 3 players are waiting.
Had narrowly missed from TN6. Won't be the case this time around. Table going to fall. Jordan trying not to meet the same fate as taking down Larry. Will be caught though by the headhunter body shots. Shub will fall to Ganuki on their way out of elbow. 8-2 scoreline for Molloy. Going to lead this one by 6. On what is the St. Joseph's map pick? 2 away from halftime. Rebuy on its way from the Long Island boys and girl.
Yes. Very good call there. I'm trying to debrief and figure out what's different in this game compared to the previous. I really want to see something a little bit more explosive, but that does not appear to be the case from SJLI. They haven't been able to find exactly what they're looking for. A little bit of a change as we see the Rays being the one to come through showers. They'll be spotted out almost immediately and have to just wait and fall back, but it will not be successful. TN6 to find it. Showstopper from Max will be thrown out, trying to jump out. I thought they were going to take some damage from that Molly. Nope, that Showstopper is going to repel them up, and they're able to bounce right on back. Looking to find one. There goes Table. Your Sage is off the board. One's already pushed up towards site. Meanwhile, Jordan's able to get that refrag onto Max. Horton to find Sasuke. TN6 inside of showers. They're going to not be able to land the shot on the board, and they'll fall. But regardless, Plant goes down 2-3 now, favoring SJLI. If they can hold on to this round, get an 8-4 split potentially, we could very well see a very different match once the sides are swapped.
We're playing in the smoke. A little rat looking for some cheese. Out the angle now. Caught up. Why? 2-on-2. Tailwind in. Jordan's low HP. It's a 1v2 for Shu if they step through the sky smoke. They've not opted to do so, though.
One enemy
Confused now. Shu walking around. Jordan going to pick up a good look, and the refrag is there from the player Lamp. Shu has it. SJLI will sneak away with another round.
Last round.
Solidified a 9-3. Score line, a chance to play for 8-4. Things just a little bit closer for the halftime. Plenty of volts in the bank, though, for Molloy into this last round.
I think Molloy, if they are able to properly use their ultimates, that will definitely turn the title around. I do want to highlight one big ultimate, though, is Horton. He is one away. That's just an ult orb if they are able to successfully obtain it. So you're going to see a really quick rendezvous back towards A, just waiting to find this chamber. They should have the audio cue. And they have the Phantom. I don't know why they would waste the shot, but regardless, it won't really matter as they're going to be taken out by Kev. Goodbye to TN6 on this round. Orbital Cannon is in the hands of MU. Nothing on the side of the brim yet. They haven't even gone for an orb, which means they're going to have to capture frag. Table is going to fall to that. No spike to be planted. Max bring in to Snooki with the fine Snoop. This entire round for SJLI has gone down the gutter. Horton waiting, trying to find the pick they need. The knives will be able to take out Kev. It's going to be a 4K clutch for Horton to keep his team in this. Waiting inside of Lamps. He's going to try to turn the corner, find someone that he needs. It is going to be a Trailblazer to pop in. They have the information to know that he's in Lamps, looking for this guy, not able to find it. Two players spot him out, but it is going to be Sasuke to win that one out, giving us the 9-3 split and potential curse.
Switching sides.
Hard to win consistent attacking rounds when you never have a standard default. It's just a lot of 4-player stack ups, a lot of hard contact executes on their way. Never really debate towards the utility. Really allows for Molloy to use resources to either quick retake or to hold site before the plan even comes through. The couple rounds that we do see converted for SJLI really are the likes of them just winning early duels, which is just not a reliable way to play the game, right? Not a reliable way to win the game. Like, if you're relying purely on winning fights, what happens if you don't win those fights? And we see the answer to that. It's a 9-3 scoreline. Molloy with the pistol here. They've got SJLI pretty far on the ropes. So you want to see this round converted if you are a fan of the defense.
A lot to be... sorry, a lot to be desired right here. MU is going to spring up, lose their spike on B, as it seems like SJLI have done a very substantial job holding thus far. It is going to be a 2v3 now as Table has disconnected. So it's only going to be these two remaining players trying to hold it. Kev to find one onto TN6. And they'll be able to upgrade to or continue to use their Sheriff. Looking towards the player in Hookah. Plant is already there. Big shot onto Max. They only need to find one more player. This is the one, but it is going to be Tanuki to find it. AFK waiting in spawn. If they can get back in time, there's potential. But no, Table, she's disconnected. Go! There's still time. There's still time.
This is huge.
You just gotta rush it. Let's see this Table. Not knowing where the jet is. You see the hair. You see the hair. No. Oh, not enough time to get this defuse. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh no, the disrespect. Regardless, didn't go for the knife. I can respect that much. 20-4 from Tanuki. Unfortunate. It's so easy to miss that Jet's hair will oftentimes poke out on the top of boxes. And of course, we had the outline to assist just there. Very unfortunate round because I believe if Table was there, that could have easily gone a different way.
Yeah, quite possible for sure. Looking at the 2v1 into that retake, but I guess we'll never know. Molloy gonna look to take themselves over to the A site. Spectres in hand. Force buy coming through for SJLI. Well, game's on the line. Win this one or face OT. See if they can get it done.
Oh no! I like that push up. It was very aggressive, and I think the assistance of their team all backing it up definitely made the difference. Kev to find one, Larry and Tanuki to find their second. That leaves 2 remaining players. We have both the Brim and Sage from SJLI. They're gonna have to retake onto A. Brim's already working their way in through from connector. Table followed in right suit behind them, and it's gonna be a very big spring of a rotate to their side. I'm really interested in that Molly even lined up where they needed it.
One more time, yeah,
very interested to see if they do, and I love it. They're just playing ring around the rosy, going right back towards it, but it's been read very clearly this time as both Brim and Sage are ready to contend. Gordon waiting, spraying in the right direction. How are they going to come there? You just counted basically 4 teleports. Look towards showers. That's where they are. Table up to spray with the Ares. Find 1. Make that 2. Doubling their kill count so far. This could be the absolute round needed for the Sage to show off their kills. Jumping up over the box, trying to find it. Tanuki spraying around. It is going to be Sasuke, however, to find the kill with only 1 health remaining. Oh, that is irritating.
That was looking mighty winnable momentarily. Table from the back of the site just can't quite get it done. Force buy has gone awry. Match point very much in the future here. For St. Joseph, just make sure you've got enough money to put a rifle in your hands when that match point is staring you in the eyes. They'll put marshals into this one. 2 of them, in fact, and well, if they can find themselves some picks, maybe we can get a miracle here early.
Nice and slow. First to push up is going to be Kevin, being able to bait out a lot of shots, do some damage on TN6 as they will be healed right back up from the sky. Kat, I'm very interested so far in this push as MU have not recovered any ground. They're looking to see anyone else get aggressive. And yes, that was the case initially, but they haven't moved. I feel like I've seen pictures that are like optical illusions that have moved more than this team.
Yeah, you thought to the discipline, man. Patience going to be there for this team. They've got a full minute to work with here. Plenty of time to scale, and they're working against pistols, so I want to make sure they have the longer range duels, have the advantage, and you see that value now. DN6 back to find themselves. Look, but Kev shooting their way back into this one. Can't quite find Larry. Horton's found another one, though, to even out the lines after that trade does come through, so it'll be a 2-on-2. Big lamp flank going to be on its way from Table. Can she make this one happen after the 2K? The ghost shots are there. She's taking down Sasuke. Get a 1v2. They were going to look for the isolated 1v1 against Table. Can she find a second? She can! The ghost taps are clean just when they needed to be. SJLI will avoid what would have been match point for the opposing side. They'll break some economy. They're coming back in the next round with rifles at their disposal.
Table's come absolutely alive in these past few rounds, and I'm a huge fan. It's great to see her really be able to fix. I could have been connection problems, but they're playing a great position. They know exactly where they want to sit, and they are swinging at the right time. And I think that timing's really giving them the edge they need to win their gunfights. So a great and much needed round win from SJLI as they now attempt for what could be the comeback of the season.
There you go, bro. Strike. It's the Fed coming through from Molloy. Can they sell it? Showstopper out early. They've got the ultimate out. It's caught Larry. No more noise going to be heard, and they've got the Brimstone back quick enough. There is some space that's going to be here. We'll see if it comes through. TN6 will pick up Table to the back of the site. Push is going to be on its way. Fragment will go deep. Gordon caught off the angle. I'll have to wait for the rest of the gang to get here for the chance at the retake.
Tanuki just spraying around, trying to stay alive. Kev to find Max. TN6 able to quickly refrag after Kev is able to find 3. So just 2 remaining from MU, but they're going to make that 2-2 as Tanuki is able to find one. Snoop looking for TN6. Does not matter. They have their 3. They're on an absolute burner of a round. Gordon looking for this final kill. Both these players are one shot. Who will win it out? It is going to be Gordon to keep their team alive. 11-5, 6 to go.
2 HP is the difference between SJLI once again looking at the face of OT or continuing in defiance. They grabbed another round. It'll be difficult to rebuy into this one, but same story will go here for Molloy. So they'll sneak out with the better buy into this round, solidify this one, keep guns alive, and he'll be chilling into what's going to be a rebuy into the next. Molloy, I'm putting almost nothing into this round. I want to make sure that I've got a cushy buy to try to get this one to OT.
I don't like it. I don't like the shorties. I feel like these close range. I think we're gonna see 3 smokes, and they're gonna all rush in through these smokes right onto site. The question is, does Kev know what's waiting for him? Boombot will cook out. You hear the shorty get away. You know that you can't win that. Just play the distance. As Max is still going to be just rushing out, using as much util as they can, throwing the spike back to Larry. Kev to find 1, TN6 to find Shub, and that could make the difference on the round. That entire tour de force just watching over this site. The moment the raise overextends, it won't matter. The counteractive tour de force will take out TN6. Looking in towards Lambs, it's going to be a full A push currently, but very much potential for rotate. Now, once again, the Brim. This time it's Horden on the side of SJLI looking to defend. You know what you have to contend for. Horden to find 1, looking for a second. Is able to find it, make that 1, 2, and now the third. Finally jumping in through the TP. You're going to have the Sage watching and ready, and it is going to be Table to win that one out. Defenders winning a 3rd consecutive round, 11-6, and now 5 to go.
A 5-round gap. 6 away from a guaranteed OT. 7 away from a win. SJLI slowly starting to bring it back. The snowball on its way as they've got themselves 3 in a row. Full buy coming into this one. Can Molloy finally push this one into OT, or into match point, excuse me.
Yeah, 3 seconds waiting. Orbital strike is gonna be cooked out early. Speaking of cooking, that's like you turning the grill on and forgetting it on. Did not connect onto anything, and Horden will be second to fall after getting a kill onto the opposing team Sky. Max is able to find Kev, and this is not the very proactive start that SJLI was looking for, as it's just gonna be the Sage of Table and Gord to be able to push back onto A and try for this retake, as Plant will be going down very, very soon.
Retake on its way for SJLI. Need to win this one to guarantee you don't face the OT. Can't quite do so from Table towards CT. It's Jordan 1v4. He'll throw the showstopper at this one. Guarantee momentum's killed. Max was at the top of the tank and they'll fall. Ultimate's no more. TN6 head spotted. Will spot the head back. Will grab it through the floorboards. 12-6. It's finally match point for Molloy.
Match point.
Well, 3 rounds that they're able to collect in a row, proving that they have an idea of what they can do on this defensive end. Some of those were won in more of a 1v1 clutch scenario. My point being in this instant, that this team can still win this out. They are forcing their eco, and you can tell them contemplating how much they want to spend. But this could be our very final round of the matchup. And it's largely dependent on how will they open up these frags. All 5 players from MU are going to be pushing up towards B long, really getting aggressive. I'm a fan of this, as they will have a minor advantage in the way they're able to push up. Showstopper cooked out, not able to get any kills. Max going to be able to pick his gun right back out and go for the shot. Tanuki has jumped up on the side of the boxes, sorry, on the side of Little Shed. Plant was attempted, was gotten off rather quick. SJLI need to go for a push here, as this could be the very end of the game. Larry going for the plant, long angle from Tanuki is going to be able to net them 1 kill onto Gord. They're relegated to the bench for the rest of the round. Schnoob has 1 more Lear, pushing up, looking for the Brim, not able to to find it. All left up to Kev. He's not able to get it done. Tanuki collecting onto their final frag of the match, and it's going to be MU moving on to the second round.
MU will advance their way forward into this bracket down to the semifinals, where they'll face off against the likes of Utica Esports. Mention the fact that I gave you their opponents because that game is already done. It's a 2-0 for Utica, and it was 2-0s all across the rest of the bracket as well. So the second semifinal that is going down in the East Coast Conference on the other side of the bracket is going to be SNHU Penman up against New York Tech Cybears. All of those games came through in 2-0s. Hard sweeps going through. Shout outs to the TOs. The seeding was just right. Went exactly how we could have expected it. We'll continue on, though. We'll see later on through these playoffs.
Yeah, but I really do want to highlight the fact that we really did see on the side of SJLI that they put up a really good fight in that first map. They proved to me at least that they had the potential, and when they really worked together and had an idea of the angles that they needed to watch together, like those refrags that were there in the first map, it really did make a difference. And going on to bind, I think it was just the comfortability of on this side of Molloy, sorry, for their ability to just continue to frag out and be aggressive. That was something they couldn't do as much on bind. When they tried to be aggressive, it was completely shut down by the Brim's utility. So looking at that big change before, I don't think that this 2-0 scoreline really reflects the fight that SJLI put up.
Yeah, very, very fair. And we'll take a chance to talk to, hopefully, the Molloy squad, the first seeds, moving on forward here after the break. Don't go anywhere. We got a convo with the winners.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing, at least again from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting, that at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general. because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right? Football player on the field, star quarterback. It makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school. It makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing this space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix, so it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative, or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate, who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, other ways in which you can monetize it. Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically what when Mike Blewett says NIL,
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports U Network. We just wrapped up what is the first showing here of the East Coast Conference playoffs. We saw Molloy take themselves a nice 2-0 victory, the first seed. We've got ourselves, you might know as TN6, you might know them as a Sky, you might know them as a Chamber. or if you're me, you might know him, Ask McLovin. What is going on? Congratulations on your victory. How you feeling?
What's up? What's up? Oh, I'm feeling amazing. My shots were clean. Nice 2-0 to start off the playoff bracket. Can't complain at all. So definitely a great, solid win.
Absolutely. Starting the bracket, getting the 2-0, and coming in as the first seed, 6-1. The scoreline for you guys going into group number 1, coming out as that first seed. Does that make you feel any pressure, any nerves to perform for the roster coming through on top?
No, I'm just excited. You know what I mean? Just starting off as the villains, gotta keep ourselves riding high. So, you know, top seed stays top seed. So I'm excited more than anything else.
Now, one would argue that first match was extremely close in a lot of our rounds. Was there something that your opponent was doing that was knocking you guys off balance, or was it more of an intercommunicational thing between your own team?
Yeah, of course. So I think my team felt a little cold. I never felt like we were out of control at all. They were playing very scared, very slow, very far back. We felt in control of the map the entire time. Sometimes we mess up a couple rounds, you know, let them get 2, let them get 3 when maybe something wasn't connecting there, and that's fine. You know what I mean? You can let them get around, but at the end of the day, we still controlled that map and we won that game. Never felt pressured at all. So.
Sure. I like the conversation of controlling the map. You know, I feel like a lot of the time you guys are looking at on your defensive end, contact executes. It's coming in one strong burst. Half the time, not even really off the contact, just straight executes coming through from St. Joseph. Talk to me about the IGL comps. Talk to me about what's in your guys' headsets in those rounds. How are you reading those so easily?
Yeah, so a lot of times once we cleared our positions, we took our space. It was really, let's play for a pick. Hey, we got an opening. They're pretty disconnected. They're a double sentinel. So as double sentinel, you know, they're usually playing one sentinel. They're playing brick, you know, pretty spread out. So once we got that opener, I just ran through and got 4 every round. So can't complain. You know, it's either me or my duelist coming in and destroying them. So yeah.
Humble.
Very humble.
I like it.
Yeah, very, very humble. Love to see it. In regard to the second map, you were playing the chamber a fair bit, and they had a lot of trouble clearing you. Can you speak to the communication amongst your team? How are they assisting you in getting any of your kills and allowing you to take those aggressive initial peaks?
Of course, a lot of it was flashing me, listen for the flash, swing out. They're eating the flash every time. So, you know, playing off that flash eating and getting a pick. You know, got to run Chamber while we still can. I don't know if you guys heard, but Chamber nerfs getting him smacked down. So, you know, one last rally for the boys out there that want to see me play Chamber. So before he gets moved off and I become a Cypher main or a Killjoy main or something like that. So.
Hey, at least you pull up the sky. Shows that you got some versatility there. I'm nervous for a lot of Chamber players going into it. The fact that we're going to go back to just jet offing and seeing the transition has been very awkward for Sentinel players. So nice to see that there is some flexibility that is still there for you. Talked a little bit about the fact that your roster is consistent. Your duelists are getting frags if you are not. Are there any additional shout outs? Possibly the program, possibly a significant other, maybe the good old mother. What's up?
Oh, of course. Yeah. We got the mother watching. We got the girlfriend watching. Shout out to both of them watching every game. We got the entire team. Let's go through. We got Bliss, Braden, Max, Lex. We're playing today. All phenomenal players. Larry, all 5 of them playing phenomenal. We're swapping them out. Shout out to G Fuel. Recently sponsored. Code TN6, 20% off. If you want to hit shots like me, there it is. But otherwise, that's pretty much the shout outs. So gotta take their label out, of course. So
Code TNG.
But,
Code TNG, guys.
Close enough.
TN6. Ooh, hey. Lost his sponsorship day 1. It's my fault. Hey. Okay. Well, before we get too rowdy here, shout outs, congratulations. Keep the G Fuel coming and keep the wins coming. We'll see you in the rest of the playoffs. Pleasure to talk to you here, and best of luck moving forward.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for having us. So hope you have a wonderful day as well.
Wow. G Fuel sponsorship. I mean, you could tell. You could tell. Fire it up.
Yeah. Honestly, like I really found that in that scenario, they really did a good job of playing together as an entire squad. Sure. And I like to see that even though you had players that were clearly trying to take the forefront, those players that were in the background they're really pulling it together. They were the forefront where they weren't the main focus. They were holding that team together like like a well knitted sweater. So thank you to Grandma for that one. And I think that's it for us, Kat.
Yeah, that's it for us here on the Esports U Network. Tomorrow, Overwatch 2 is taking over. It's the NJCAAE Overwatch semifinals, followed by the ECC Overwatch 2 semifinals. So if you want to see that action, it'll be over on the network tomorrow. But we'll see ya, and good night.
Endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly. And if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is the creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about the schools and conferences. Mike, that's amazing. And that's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands, participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience. that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats, and I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from competing, this didn't exist when I was competing. And just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years, probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see.